Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, September 12th. And let me break my clock out. Hopefully it did not wipe off my GPS. Are you kidding me? Okay, never mind. It's already wiped out my GPS once. And I had to reload all of my stops into my GPS. All right. So I still need to close the doors. And I'm probably not going to be talking a whole lot while I'm doing this delivery. But I'm going to try to record doing my deliveries today. Once I get done with this next delivery, I'll have quite a bit of driving to do, like an hour of driving. So I can chat a lot then and tell you everything that's going on. Let me get pulled up here, and I'll pause this while I go and shut the doors. Be right back. All right, and the doors are closed. We're ready to roll. So this was actually delivery number 2, but it's the first delivery today. This is I'm at a Lowe's in Salina, Kansas. My next delivery is a Menards in Salina, Kansas. It's just like 1 mile, or it's more than a mile. It's like one interstate exit away. It's not very far. All right, we'll just wait here for a while. All these cars are nice and spaced out, like 500 feet in between. So it's just taking forever for all of them to go by. After this UPS, if that car is not turning right, I'll be able to go. Oh shit, UPS is turning in here. All right, that car went the other direction. Damn it. As soon as I pulled out, the car pulled out right over here. I didn't know UPS was allowed to make left-hand turns. I guess in certain situations, like it's kind of unavoidable. But I heard UPS routes their drivers to try to avoid left-hand turns. All right, so lots going on. The last video I made, I was getting a shower in Colby, Kansas. Well, after that, I went ahead and drove down to Garden City. I got there at like 7 o'clock at night. And Menards, man, that was a quick light. Like, I can't avoid going through the intersection on a red if your light's going to be that damn fast. They just don't take into account large vehicles moving slow, doing like 20 miles an hour. All right. So yeah, Menards was easy. Like, they were still receiving. I got there, I parked in the parking lot, and I saw that somebody was they have a gate, and it's manned, and there was somebody at the gate. So I walked up to their gate, and I asked them, I said, "Are you guys still receiving deliveries?" And they said, "Yeah." And they said, "What do you got?" And I said, "Well, I'm in that big truck in the parking lot, and I've got just like a pallet of windows and doors." And they're like, "Yeah, go to door 7. Really, like, straight into a door, and got me unloaded really quick. The only thing that took time was finding the windows. The way they loaded this trailer is an absolute nightmare. Usually, whenever you're doing a multi-stop delivery, every stop will, like, be sectioned off to where, like, okay, behind this ribbon, all of this is for this place. That's not the way this thing is. You have to fish around and find the stuff. It's all mixed together. And they don't put the stickers on the same place on all the windows So it might be on the top of the window or either side of the window. So you might have to like get into the back. Like I don't have a walkway. So for me to get to the other side of the windows, I'm having to like pull windows out. I'm having to unload windows so I can walk behind, get to the other side to see if there's a sticker on the other side of it. It was a pain in the butt. Like my 2 deliveries I've done so far have been a pain in the butt, just finding the windows that are supposed to be delivered. And when I was unloading in Garden City, I noticed that, let's see, I'm not turning left here. That's the on-ramp. I'm turning left at the next road. Oh, great. I'm going to hit every red light in town. But what was I saying? So I noticed the window was damaged that was being delivered in Salina. I didn't know which delivery it was. I didn't check. But I knew one of my Salina deliveries had a damaged window. So I emailed the agent and asked them what the procedure was, because all it says on my paperwork for over short damage is contact us. So I asked them what the process is. And the person I talked to said, you have to take pictures of the paperwork, pictures of the window, send it to us. That vehicle's moving pretty quick. Am I going to turn before it? Speed limit's only 40, but they were going faster than 40. All right, I'm going to go for it.
In a quarter mile, you will arrive at your destination.
That pickup pulled way out there and almost didn't give me enough room. Oh my goodness, all this construction. I have to go all the way down to the end of the road. I wouldn't have been able to make that left turn if I wanted to. Alright, that dog is not on a leash. Gonna have to watch out for it. No, it is on a leash, is it? Yeah, it looks like it's on a really long leash. Maybe. I don't know. The guy's holding something in his hand. Yeah, I don't think he's using the leash. Hello? Gelled windows and doors. It's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 windows.
This evening you have a delivery of windows. Dock 7, you know where you're at?
No.
Northeast corner.
All right, thank you. Dock 7. Oh my goodness, they just got crap piled up everywhere. All right. I think the docks are over on the right. So I'm gonna swing over to the right, and then I think I can swing back to the left and straight back it. I'm not seeing any docks yet. Oh, the docks are back this direction. Okay. So yeah, we'll get my seatbelt off. Let's throw the four ways on. All right, 7 is the middle door. So let me go ahead and pop my doors open. I'm gonna pause this while I do that. All right, we're back. Let's try and back this thing in. I just want to get it into the general vicinity, and then we'll pull forward and straighten out. This is a pain in the butt place to back in. Good thing they've got all this room around here. There's some places that have pain in the butt spots like this, and then they don't have any room. It's really tight. All right, we're in the general vicinity. Now let's pull forward and get straight. Well, these lines don't look like they are correct. I hate it whenever the lines are off and you follow the lines. You're like, damn it, I have to be like 6-8 inches on the other side of the line. And these lines are like that. The lines don't match up with the doors. I was starting to back up based on the line. I was like, yeah, that's not right. All right, we're bumped in there. Let's set the brakes, and I'll be back in a minute after this delivery. All right, finished with that delivery, no damage. And I just got to pull forward and close the doors. And then I've got a 74-mile drive to Manhattan, Kansas. All right, let me pause this while I go close the doors. All right, doors closed. Now I get to drive up to the front gate. And the last Menards made me go open up the door so they could look in the back of the trailer. Not really sure what the point of that is. But I guess that's what they're there for, is to check everything that's coming in and out. A second here. Oh, looks like the forklift driver is going to wait on me. So once I get out onto the interstate, I'll tell you what's been going on. Make sure nobody's coming from the other direction here. I gotta swing really far and make sure this four-wheeler behind me doesn't try to cut around me. I'm going to let these four-wheelers go through. Because it's a one-way street in here because of the construction, and I don't want these four-wheelers stuck behind me. Alright, we're gonna inch our way to the gate. And I'm sweating like crazy, man. They don't have much for air conditioning inside the shipping and receiving areas. So let me pop this off. I'm gonna have to go back there, and I'm not gonna trust him to open the door and close it.
You're good.
Good to go?
Yep.
All right. What's that?
You don't trust me?
Nope. I don't trust anybody. Hey, you don't trust me either. You looked at my trailer.
I don't trust anybody, including myself.
Have a good one.
It's not that I don't trust you, Menard doesn't trust you.
Well, somebody doesn't like me. All right. Now let's get the hell out of here. All right, what's this pickup doing? Is it coming all the way down? All right, it's pulling in there. All right. I think it might just be pulling in to let me by. So let's get out of this construction single lane as quickly as we can. And what's this four-wheeler doing? All right, there's enough room for two of us to squeeze by through here. All right, now I have a 74-mile drive to, I think it's Lawrence. No, it's Manhattan, Kansas.
At the stop sign, turn right onto West Magnolia Road.
Yeah, Manhattan, Kansas is my next stop. Oh, that was close. That flatbed swung really wide for me, though. So we've got an hour to talk, so just bear with me while we drive on city streets here. And with all these brakes, it's I'm going to forget what I've said, and I am sweating like crazy. Oh my goodness, I'm sweating so bad. Let's turn in the sleeper air conditioner because it's showing that it's 75 degrees inside the truck. Let's get the sleeper air conditioning going, and maybe that can keep up with the 90-degree weather outside. Yeah, let's just hit every red light in town. Let's do them all. Let's get the full Salina, Kansas experience. So I delivered in Garden City. They took me in a day early. That was awesome. Helped me get a little bit of ahead of schedule. Not much, though. Maybe like an hour ahead of schedule. Because I wasn't able to start driving today until 9 a.m. You can make it, four-wheeler. If you go now, don't wait till the last second. I think I was actually scheduled to do my first delivery in Salina, Kansas at 1 p.m. And it's 11:23 a.m. right now. So I'm a bit ahead of schedule. What I'm trying to do is make my Home Depot delivery. I'm trying to do my Topeka deliveries today. I would love to get both of my Topeka deliveries done. Because Menards seems to be relaxed on receiving hours, whereas Home Depot is 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and I think Lowe's is 7 to 4 Monday through Friday. And Menards, I don't know about Menards. Maybe it's different for every store. I think the one I just delivered to, the sign out front said 7 to 4 or something like that were their receiving hours. I can't remember. But like every store has different receiving hours. I think all the Home Depots are 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, though. But the one I'm delivering to in Topeka told me that they're closed on Tuesday. I have no idea if that's all Home Depots or just that one. All right, we got 4 miles until we get onto I-70. We're on 135 northbound right now, Interstate 135. We're going to get onto I-70 eastbound in a minute. Go to Manhattan, Kansas, deliver to a Menards there. I only have like 5 things I'm delivering there. And then my biggest delivery so far has actually been the Lowe's that I just delivered to. It was 11 items. And then I have a Home Depot. My next delivery, right lane closed ahead. My next delivery after Manhattan, Kansas is a Home Depot in Topeka. And it is 37 items. What in the hell are you doing, four-wheeler? I put on my signal to move over to the left lane, and the pickup truck that was like 300 feet behind me floored it and flew up on my ass in trying to block me from moving over to the left lane. Like, what in the hell is wrong with people? So the reason I'm wanting to get this Home Depot done today is because I think maybe Menards might receive on the weekend. And after my Home Depot in Topeka, all of the rest of my deliveries until I get to Wichita, Kansas are Menards. Right now, I am scheduled to have the weekend off because Home Depot doesn't receive deliveries on the weekend. But if I can get that Home Depot done today, I might be able to deliver all those Menards over the weekend. Get all the way down to Wichita and do all my Menard deliveries in Wichita. And anybody else, any Home Depot or Lowe's that'll take deliveries on the weekend, I'll do all those. And then I'll just have whatever's left in Wichita to do on Monday. I'm pretty certain I'm going to have a Home Depot to deliver to in Wichita. Now you can pass me, asshole. Now they're just like chilling back there. Here they go. This white pickup.
In half a mile, take exit 95A for I-70 east to Topeka.
Texas plate, Chevy Z71. I don't understand why people are so aggressive. All right, 50 mile per hour ramp. We got to drop down from 70.
Take exit 95A.
Now we're down to 51, 50, 47.
On I-70 east for 52 miles.
Yeah, this, in case you haven't been following the videos, these delivery appointments, they're on an insanely tight schedule. Like an impossible schedule. There's no way that I can make all these deliveries on time if I'm not able to get ahead of the schedule. Because the way they have this thing scheduled is they have it scheduled like I'm some kind of UPS or FedEx driver delivering packages in a van. I think I've talked about this earlier. If I already said this, I apologize. But like, to give you an example, like my Oklahoma City schedule has me delivering at one store at 1 p.m., another store at 1:30 p.m., another store at 2 p.m., like delivering to a store every half hour. That is not possible in a truck like this, especially with the way they have the trailer loaded and with the amount of paperwork that I have. So it took the Lowe's guy probably 10 minutes to verify everything. He just received 11 items, only 11 items. And it took him about 10 minutes to go through the paperwork, verify he received everything he was supposed to, and sign all the paperwork. Because they have to sign like several pages of the manifest, and they have to sign 3 copies of the bill of lading. And then that's just doing the paperwork. We also have to get in there and fish for the items. So every time I've ever done a multi-stop delivery, every stop was like sectioned off. It would have like a ribbon around it or a rope or something around it to like mark off, this is one delivery and then this is another delivery. So you just come in there and unload everything behind that ribbon. You know, everything behind that ribbon goes here. And then the next delivery, everything behind that ribbon goes to the next delivery. That is not the way they loaded this trailer. It is just mixed in. I'm having to like undo straps and move windows to get to one single window that's all the way at the back of a stack of windows. And then we got to pull that one out, and then I've got to restack all the windows and strap them back in. It is a major pain in the ass. And the people, like, 2 of the 3 deliveries I've done so far have told me that this has been one of the easiest deliveries they've ever done. I was talking with the guy at Lowe's just now, or Menards just now. Sorry, I'm getting things mixed up. So the Menards guy said that one of his deliveries, one of his windows was all the way at the front of the trailer, and they had to unload the trailer to get to his window at the front. And I was like, man, I hope I don't run into that with this trailer. Because I don't have a walkway. Normally, from what I've been told, what the agent told me, normally there's a walkway down the center of the trailer. They strap the windows and doors to the sides of the trailer. They stack them against the side of the trailer and then put a strap around them. And there's normally a walkway down the middle so that you can walk through there and find the various stuff. I don't have a walkway because I have so much stuff in the trailer. I'm going to have to figure out another fuel stop. I was thinking I could make it all the way to Oklahoma City, and I might be able to make it to the next fuel stop I was planning was Oklahoma City. I'll have to keep an eye on fuel. I'm at 3/4 of a tank now. I didn't think I'd use that much fuel by now, but thinking on it, I fueled up in Colby, and then I drove to Oakland, Oakley, Kansas. From Colby to Garden City was like 110 miles, I think. And then from Garden City to Salina was like 250 miles. So that's like 350 miles. Yeah, quarter tank. Yeah, sounds about right. So I'm at like 2,400 miles on the trip right now. No, I'm at 2,000 miles on the trip. It was, 2,100. No, it was closer to about 2,000 miles. Yeah, Salina would be about 2,000 miles on the trip because it was 1,700 miles to Garden City, 1,650, 1,680, something like that. Somewhere between 1,650 and 1,700. So I'm at roughly 2,000, maybe a little over 2,000 miles on the trip. And the total trip is like 3,423 miles. So I've got about 1,400 more miles to go, which means that it's probably about 700 miles from here to Wichita. I'll probably put about 600 to 700 miles more on the truck going from here to Wichita. No, not that much. Maybe 400 miles. So yeah, I should be able to make it to Oklahoma City. I'll be pretty low on fuel by the time I get to Oklahoma City, though. I think it might be cutting it close. And if I have to sit through the weekend idling the truck, then that's going to eat up a bunch of fuel. So I might need to throw in 50 gallons somewhere before I get to Oklahoma City. I'll figure all that out at the end of this drive shift, or I'll figure it out over the weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any deliveries over the weekend. I'm just hoping that Menards accepts deliveries over the weekend. If they do, then I'm going to be able to slam out a whole bunch of deliveries this weekend. What I'll do is, if I get the Home Depot done today, Menards accepts deliveries late into the evening. So I'll go ahead and be able to do my Menards in my Menards in Topeka. So I'll be able to get both of my deliveries done in Topeka. And then I don't think I'll be able to get over to Kansas City in time to deliver to the Menards in Kansas City. So I'll do those tomorrow if they're open. Yeah, that would be really nice. If I can get all the Menards done over the weekend. That'll basically put me a day ahead of schedule. But I'm not going to get my hopes up. It'll only take one store to stop me. Just like the Home Depot. I'm sitting through the weekend on that Home Depot because they're Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. But we're going to get that thing slapped out today. I don't have many things that I'm delivering to the Manhattan, Kansas, where I'm headed right now. I don't remember how many things it is, but I think it's like 3 items. And then Topeka, I'm getting rid of tons of crap in Topeka. And so far, we've only had the one damaged item. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the damaged item stuff. Because that was a bunch of drama this morning. So, on the paperwork, it says, over short damage, call. If you run across over short damage, call immediately. That's all it says. So when I was delivering in Garden City, I noticed that one of my Salina items, I didn't know which one, I didn't know if it was the Lowe's or the Menards. I didn't check to see which store it was for. But I noticed the city name was Salina. And I emailed the agency and told them and asked them, you know, what do I do? Do I just mark it damaged on the paperwork? And the guy I talked to did not speak English very well. It was hard to understand what in the hell he was saying. Oh, no. Let me go backtrack. We're still talking about the email. I sent the email, and by the time I left this morning at 9 a.m., nobody had still responded to the email. So I called them and asked them. You know, I told them on the phone, what am I supposed to do with that window I found broken in Garden City when I get to Salina? Do I just mark it damaged on the paperwork? And this guy's telling me this crazy procedure. He's like, you have to take pictures of the window, take pictures of the paperwork, send it to the agency, and then the agents, and let us know if the customer is going to accept or reject the window or the load. And then they're going to call Geld Win and talk with Geld Win about it, and Geld Win will tell them what they want to do. And then the agency will then tell me what to do. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I got really mad. And the more he talked, the more escalated I got. I said, are you serious? Like, every single damaged thing that I find, I have to go through that process. You realize that that's probably going to take like an hour? Do you have any idea how my deliveries are scheduled? You guys have these things scheduled where I only have like 15 minutes to deliver each load. And there could be dozens of damaged windows in this load. And I'm going to have to call you and go through that entire process of every single window. And he said, that's customer policy. I said, that is insane. And I was mad. I was really mad. And I said, fine, I'll do it on this load. I'll do that. But I said, you're going to add extra days to the load. I'm going to miss appointments, and I'm going to have to spend extra days on this load. And he said, well, it's fine. It's not your fault. And I said, I don't care. I know it's not my fault. That's not what I'm talking about. This load pays crap. This is a terrible paying load, and it has a ton of time on the load already. And going through this stupid policy and procedure that you have is going to add extra days to the load. It's going to add more time. So I'm going to have to waste more time on this crap load. I said, I will do it this one time, but I am never doing another one of these loads for you again. And he said, I understand, or something like that. And I hung up. So then I got there. I took the pictures. At my very first deliveries where that broken window is at the Lowe's, I took the pictures. And of all the paperwork and the window, and sent it. I emailed it, and then after I emailed it, I called them, and I got a hold of a different guy at the agency. This guy could actually speak English. And I told him that I sent the email in. I told him why I was calling and everything. And he said, he looked at the email and he said, you need to mark on the paperwork that it's damaged and then take a picture of that. And I said, okay, so I need to mark damaged on the paperwork, take another picture, send it to you, and then what? And he said, that's it. As long as they don't reject the item. If they reject the item, then we'll deal with that. But if they accept it, then that's all you have to do. And I said, okay, so let me get this straight. If I run into another damaged window, all I have to do is take a picture of the damaged window, mark it on the paperwork that it's damaged, take a picture of the paperwork, and then send that to you guys, and then I can leave. I don't have to call you or anything. And he said, yeah, as long as they don't reject it, that's all you have to do. Just take pictures of it, of the window and the paperwork, email it to us, and then you're done. You don't have to call us or anything. The only time you have to call us and we have to deal with that is if they reject it. And I was like, okay. So I was given a different policy and procedure by the second guy that I talked to. So we're learning how this load works, but it's not I mean, this is going to help me out for the rest of the load. I've got 44 total deliveries to do, and we've only knocked out 3 so far. By the time I finish the load, I'll be familiar with the process and procedure of all these places, but I don't plan on ever doing another one of these loads again. We'll see. We will see. We'll wait till we're totally done with it. We'll wait and see if we have pay issues. We'll just a second here. I'm watching this truck coming up the on-ramp. Looks like I'm going to make it past the on-ramp by the time they get here. They've got a decent merge lane here. $30 miles to my exit. So far, at every one of my deliveries, I've gotten straight into a door. There hasn't been anybody else there. But I'm not going to get lucky the entire route. At some point, I'm going to get somewhere, and there's going to be a trailer being unloaded that's going to take like 3 hours to unload, and I'm going to have to sit and wait for 3 hours because they only have, every one of the places I've been to is only, well, no, the Menards I was just at had 2 docks open. The Lowe's before that only had 1 dock open, and the Menards before that, I think, only had 1 dock open. So most of these places only have 3 docks, and they typically have 2 of them with like drop trailers in them. So they only have 1 dock available for active loading and unloading. And these windows, you know, you might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, you can just park the trailer in the parking lot and just unload the windows. If you're only delivering 3 or 4 windows, you can just unload them out of the back of the trailer in the parking lot. Yeah, that might be possible. And if I get to a store and there is somebody in the door that's going to take like 3 hours to get unloaded, and I only have like 3 windows that I'm delivering to that place, then yeah, I might talk with them and see if we can do that. But I'm going to have a couple of people help me because these windows are big and heavy. One of the windows that I delivered just now to Menards was like 8 or 10 feet long and like 6 feet tall. It was as tall as me, and it was like 8 to 10 feet long. Some of the windows are small, some of them are huge. So if they're just 3 little tiny windows, then yeah, I can unload those out of the back of the trailer in the parking lot. But if it's one of those big windows, it's going to take like 3 people to unload it out of the... It took 3 of us to get that window out in the dock because it was buried in with a whole bunch of other windows. So I held all the other windows in to keep them from falling over. Like, we leaned over a stack of windows, and I held the stack of windows while the Menards employees got on each side of the window, and we inched it out from between all the other windows. Ugh. Little bumpy in the road. And Colorado was rough. Even the brand new roads in Colorado. Wait, I recorded that. No, that was in the driving video. So I've already covered that. But yeah, even the brand new roads in Colorado were like really lumpy. It's just like up and down, just really hard on your back. This is a nice road. I checked the temperature. I didn't check the temperature in all the areas I'm going to be driving. I just checked the forecast in Oklahoma City. And throughout this entire delivery, daytime highs are supposed to be around 90 degrees. Right around the time I finish this load, daytime highs are going to drop down to like 70, 80 degrees. So, yeah, I get to do like one of the biggest driver unloads that I've done. Well, it's the biggest driver unload that I've done since I got back into trucking by far. Like, I've never done anything remotely close to this. And we're doing it in the summer when it's nice and hot. And I'm just drenched in sweat. Back 20 years ago, the first time I got my license, I did a lot of driver unloads. This probably is not the biggest driver unload I've ever done, because I was on a Kmart dedicated account, and it was all hand unload, because Kmarts don't have docks, or they didn't. I don't know if they do now. So you just had to hand unload an entire trailer. And tire loads. I hated tire loads. Hand unloading tire loads. And one of the things that sucked most about tire loads is you were delivering them to like retail stores. So I would pull up to like some tire store, and I'd have to back in off the street into one of their bays, and I'd have to roll all the tires off. I think there was always somebody, some employee there to catch the tires I rolled off and to stack them up. And I think there was one time where I did not have to unload the trailer. The employees all did it for me, and they had this, they were showing me the little tricks that they use where they set a tire in a certain spot at the end of the trailer to where whenever they roll the tires off the trailer, it hits the side of that tire, and it basically makes it take off really fast in the direction they want it to go to the next person. So they'll roll it out of the trailer, it'll roll off the trailer, hit the side of the tire that's on the ground, and bounce off in whatever direction they've got the tire pointed at. But yeah, that's one of the reasons that there are two things that I did a lot of. It's a Walmart truck I just passed, hauling a Premier trailer leasing trailer. There's a few things that I used to do in the olden days that I don't like doing anymore. One is I used to chain up all the time. I don't plan on ever chaining again. And two, I used to do a lot of driver unloads. and I avoid driver unloads. On this, I'm not supposed to be unloading everything myself. I'm supposed to be, the employees are supposed to be helping me. I'm mainly just trying to find the stuff and make sure that they take off the stuff that they're supposed to take off. Because they're only paying me $25 for the unload, which is not even a driver assist. They're supposed to pay $50 for a driver assist. So the $25 that they're paying me is basically just to like count all the items and help them with the little tiny unload. And Lowe's asked me if I needed somebody to help me unload, and I'm like, hell yeah, I need somebody to help me unload. What the hell are you talking about? I can't imagine anybody rejecting anything. The only situation I can think in which they might reject the delivery is if there are like a whole bunch of damaged items. So let's say this 37 item delivery that I'm delivering to Home Depot. Let's say that we start pulling stuff out of there, we start looking at it, and every single window is broken. If I were Home Depot, I would just reject the delivery. Because you're just going to be throwing that in the dumpster. And these windows are huge. That's going to fill up an entire dumpster. You're going to have to pay somebody to, like, haul that off. Like, it's going to cost them, I don't know how much it costs to dump a dumpster, but they're going to have to pay some kind of trash company to go haul that off. But just like one window, I don't think anybody's going to reject a load over that. We got 14 miles until our exit, 30 miles until we get there. It looks like a really nice divided state road or highway. So it's a really nice road going in and out of Manhattan, Kansas. So I'm going to be coming in on one road, get to Manhattan, and then there's another road going the other direction back down to I-70. So I'm not going to be coming back on the same road I go in on. But both roads look like nice divided highways, basically. But I think they're state roads. in 7 miles, road work ahead. Yeah, I've been running my butt off. Basically, since I got the phone call to pick the load up, it's just been running as hard as I can. And hopefully over the weekend, I'm going to be able to, man, I really, really, really hope I'm able to make deliveries on the weekend. And by the time I get there, I will have dried up. I'm still drying up, but we're getting there. Still a little wet. So by the time I get to Manhattan, all my sweat should be dried up. Man, I'm going to want to take a shower every day doing these deliveries, sweating like this all day long, but I can't be affording to do that stuff. At $20 a shower, I've got to use my shower credits. I have quite a few points. So I guess I could use points. Right now, I only have 1 shower credit. I took a shower in Oregon before I picked the load up. And then I took a shower in Colby, Kansas before I delivered the first load. I wish I had the unlimited showers. I just don't get enough fuel to get unlimited showers. I need to check and see what the average time is that it's taking me to unload at these places so that I can better estimate the delivery schedule. Because the way they have it scheduled is just not realistic. They lied about a lot of stuff on this load to make it not look as bad as it was. Like whenever I initially booked it, it was 38 deliveries. And then they immediately, whenever I booked it, they said, oh, there's actually 4 more deliveries on it. So it went from 38 to 42. And then when I picked the load up, after I picked the load up, They told me it's actually 44. There's 2 more on it. All right, I'm looking to see. All right, we're going into construction. It's a really slow flatbed. I'm looking for any lane closure signs. And these 4-wheelers that just got on the interstate are going really slow. The speed limit is 75. I'm doing 70. And I'm flying by these 4-wheelers. They're doing probably around 60 to 65. Right lane closed ahead. These are probably locals that are just going like one exit. All right, I can't see past the bridge, a little hump up here, but the truck that just merged on jumped all the way over to the left lane, so I think the road closure is just past the on-ramp. So we're just going to stick it out in this lane. I'm surprised nobody's passed me on the right. There's a couple of 4-wheelers behind me. Oh, damn. Looks like this is going to last a while. Looks like we're going to the other side of the interstate. I've got 5.4 miles until my exit. All right, give me a second here. You got to be really careful. Some of these can be really sharp turns, and then it could be uneven lanes, and it can be like huge undulations. So these little changeovers here can be very, very dangerous.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Cruising through here pretty good. I'm speeding. Speed limit 60. I'm doing 61 right now. Really sucks when you get into single lane. You have somebody that decides they want to go 20 miles an hour. If they wanted us to go 20, they would set the speed limit at 20. All right, we're going back over. Feel like an F1 driver here going through the twisties. Got to get my racing lines. All right, 3 miles. It's about that time. It's time to fish in the cooler and see what we get. I have not gotten a lemon lime in like 3 days, so I am due for a lemon. I got an orange. You know what? There's got to be nothing but lemon limes left in there. Lemon lime is the only flavor I don't really like that much. It's tolerable. But I've gone like 3 days without getting one. Ooh, is this an army base over on the left? Fort Riley. Lots of machinery. Why is Walmart grabbing the left lane? What's going on up here? Passing a slower vehicle. This sucks. Walmart's slow passing. Nope, Walmart gave up on it. Because Walmart is slow, and they're passing somebody that's even slower. And I've got an exit in 3/4 of a mile, so I'm just going to slow down. Oh, something hit my windshield. Maybe Walmart realized they had an exit in 3/4 of a mile, and they were like, nah, better not pass. Here's my exit.
Take exit 303, then turn left onto Kansas 18 East.
The four-wheeler behind me exited with me.
Turn left onto Kansas 18 East.
All right, what's going on here? I do not have a stop sign. This doesn't make any damn sense. All right, nobody coming. We're going for it. There's stop signs for the other directions.
Continue on Kansas 18 East for 14 miles.
Yeah, and it said cross traffic does not stop. So yeah, I really did not have a stop sign. And now we should have this nice divided road all the way to Manhattan. 15 miles. I haven't seen a speed limit sign. Google says it's 70. I think I missed it. I was watching all the traffic coming around me. I think I missed the speed limit sign. All right, let's pop open our orange soda, our ice cold orange soda. Yeah, these are going to be my delivery days are going to be like short days on a lot of these delivery days because A lot of these places that I'm delivering to are only open 8 to 5. So even though I'm going to have plenty of hours left to deliver, to continue working, I'm not going to be able to make any more deliveries past a certain point in the day. So I started today at 9 a.m. and I might not be able to do any more deliveries after 5 today. We'll see. I'm going to try to keep delivering. This is a nice road. Ogden, Kansas, city limit. I was hoping that four-wheeler was going to take the exit because they keep slowing down and they're swerving all over in their lane. They're so pedestrian. Am I riding a bicycle? Oh, come on. Let's see what they do when I try to pass them. Are they going to realize, oh, I don't want to get passed by a truck and speed up? Or are they going to keep going slow? .9 miles until we get to the delivery location. And the four-wheeler is speed matching me at the back of the trailer. I'm going to go ahead and move over. But they are really close to the back of my trailer. I don't like moving over with somebody this close, but they're just speed matching me. All right, we got a cop on the shoulder up ahead. And now the four-wheeler that I just passed is getting out in the left lane to pass me. So I moved back over in front of him again. Let's turn the cruise off and start slowing down because everybody's, whoa, buddy, why are you all slamming on your brakes? It is move over or slow down, not both. Now everybody's driving slow because all these people are driving illegal or something. Everybody's got warrants or something. We're doing 60 miles an hour. My goodness, how do they manage to create a traffic jam out here in the middle of nowhere? Seven miles to go. All right, speed limit's dropping to 55 up ahead. I'm not going to start slowing down yet because we're going up a hill. Just a second here. Traffic is backing up in front of me. We're doing 57. Manhattan city limit. We're doing 55. 54. All right, looks like they're all exiting here. Yay! All right, speed limit's dropping to 45 up ahead, and we've got a light in the turn. Another cop got somebody pulled over on the on-ramp. All right, light's red at the moment. Just turned green. And these cars are going for it. Oh, there's a truck. I can get in front of that truck. Oh my goodness, man. Manhattan, Kansas. Traffic jam. What time is it? It's 12:26. Yeah, 12:26 p.m. I was not expecting traffic in small town Kansas to be like this. I wish I knew whether I needed to make a left or right turn. We're 3 miles away, and Google's doing that stupid crap where it tells me to stay on the road that I'm on. In 1.4 miles, keep going straight to stay on the road you're on. In 2 miles, don't take this exit off the interstate. Thanks, Google. Google has some really dumb stuff sometimes. I do not like this right lane. Well, the good thing is, once I make the delivery, I don't have to turn around and drive back through town this way. I can just keep going and go out the other side of town. Man, Napa Auto Parts, AutoZone, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advance Auto Parts. Like, are there any other auto parts stores around here? What is that 4 auto parts stores right here at this intersection? Uh-oh, there's space in front of me. That cat mentality that people have. Got to get in that space.
In 800 feet, continue on to Fort Riley Boulevard. In a quarter mile, use the second from the right lane to turn right onto US 24 East.
All right, we're making a right turn around the corner here to stay on Interstate 24, or Highway 24. Sorry.
Use the second from the right lane to turn right onto US 24 East. Continue on US 24 East.
Second here. Got to make sure I don't hit anybody on the right side. All right, I'm making a left turn in a half mile, so I'm just going to stay in the left lane. This second here, this pickup hauling this trailer is being really aggressive. I think they want to cut me off. There they go. A second here. It's not here. Okay.
Take the next left onto Enoch Lane.
Are you kidding me, Google?
1,000 feet. Turn left onto McCall Road.
I should have turned at the light. This is what happens when you don't properly trip plan and you're just listening to Google's stupid damn advice.
At the stop sign, turn left onto McCall Road, then turn right onto Crossing Place.
I was so close that I thought, I was turning into the place where the business was at. But no, Google's having me cut across somebody's damn yard to shave off 2 seconds. This is the crap that I don't like about Google. This is the reason you have to be really careful when using Google in one of these trucks. Alright, we're making a right turn here, and I can't tell how narrow or how wide the road is. It looks like I only have a single lane to turn into, so I'm going to use both of these lanes to make this turn. Oh my goodness, I'm still going over the curb. Alright. And this is a pain in the ass. Oh my goodness, there's some pickup parked right in the damn middle of the entrance. What in the hell is this guy doing? Alright, now I just need to wait to be able to go in the damn gate. I don't know what's going on with this guy. They're trying to sort stuff out. At least it's not another truck. They're not using a dock. Come on, chop chop. Hello. Windows and doors, Geldwin. Door 7. Thank you. All right, let's turn our four ways on. Door 7. All right, let's get my seatbelt off so that I can stick my head out the window and stuff like that and look around. Anytime I'm doing low-speed maneuvers, I like to take the belt off so that I have more maneuverability for visibility. All right, door 7's right there. It's already open. So let's swing around here. Oh my goodness. I wonder if that driver knows that the trailer cables are hanging on the ground. I'm gonna let him know. Alright, I gotta go open the doors. I'm gonna pause this while I open the doors. Alright, now we're gonna back in. He said, yeah, he knew. That's the reason he said he was sitting there. He was waiting on a repair. Alright. Now let's pull forward and straighten out. See where we're lined up. This truck being parked here is not making it easy. But it's also not overly difficult. Alright, we're bumped. Now I need to grab the paperwork, so I'm going to pause this while we go unload. Alright, we're unloaded. Now, let's pull forward so we can close the doors. I'm going to pause this while I close the doors. Be right back. Alright. Now, throw our four ways back on and head to the gate.
Head east across the place.
And we're going to have to do the same thing we did at the last one. They're going to check our door. You don't want to open the door? All right. I don't really trust them to open the damn door. Where in the hell's the guy at? Is he having a hell of a time with the door or what? What's going on? Alright, he gave me the thumbs up. Alright, now let's try and get the hell out of here. Come on, no traffic, no traffic. I need all the lanes.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Carlson Place, then turn left onto the Colorado.
Alright, stop for me, four-wheeler. Alright, let's roll the window up. And the rest of the drive should be easy going. We're not going to use that damn cut across this time. Thank you, Google. We're going to go down to the stoplight this time. Yeah, that was a pretty easy unload. But whoever loaded the trailer managed to make it as difficult as possible. Well, I guess it could have been even more difficult. But they loaded, there were only 2 windows being delivered to this place. And where the hell's a right turn lane? Oh my goodness.
Turn right onto US 24 West.
It's like a U-turn right here.
Continue on US 24 West for 3/4 of a mile.
So they loaded the Manhattan, Kansas delivery in front or behind, however you want to look at it. I had to move the Topeka delivery to find the windows for the Manhattan delivery. They were up in, past the Topeka delivery. Like, this is just really annoying. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the last time. And every place I've delivered's made a comment about how much crap's in the trailer. The people here were like, there's usually a walkway where you can walk all the way to the front. I'm like, yeah, this one has 44 deliveries on it. And even the shipper told me that this was a nightmare load. They said it's like the most they've ever put in a trailer.
At the light, use the second from the left lane to turn left onto Kansas 177 South, Fort Riley Boulevard.
All right, so it is 1 p.m. and I'm 52 miles away from the Home Depot in Topeka, Kansas. So I should be able to get the all of the Topeka deliveries done today.
In a quarter mile, take the Kansas 18 east to Kansas 177 south exit toward I-70 east.
All right, we're making another turn in a quarter mile. Come on, give me a green light. Give me a green light. Yes, we got a green light. All right, we're getting on this road up above us.
Take the Kansas 18 east exit.
All right, let's try to go through here
Continue for 9 miles.
without going over a curb. We've only had to go over one curb so far. It was that right turn back there to get into Menards off the main street. It was just too narrow of a lane. I used 3 lanes to try to make that turn. I still went over the curb a little bit. Well, 2.5 lanes. I swung out 2.5 lanes wide. All right, which lane do I need to be in? Which one's disappearing? Both lanes good? All right, it looks like both lanes might be good. Ooh, I knew that they were about to go for it. That was dangerous. That was really stupid and dangerous, and that pickup did not have the right of way. The person making that left turn had the right of way, and the pickup just made that turn out. Like, that was incredibly illegal and dangerous what that pickup just did. And I saw them inching forward as I was getting closer and closer, and I was like, they're going to go for it. 8 miles to I-70. All right, speed limit's up to 60 now. I don't like driving without checking stuff. I feel uncomfortable that that person opened and closed my door and I didn't verify that they latched it back in properly. But we'll just deal with it. All right, speed limit's up to 70. Let's turn the cruise back on. These are nice roads coming in and out of Manhattan. So 2 deliveries in Topeka, 37 items going to Home Depot. And this will be my first Home Depot delivery. And I'm pretty sure Home Depot is set up the same as Lowe's, where they just have a dock and you just walk in the side door and check in with them. And something one of the people that was unloading just now in Manhattan at the Menards here, one of them just pointed out that there's stickers that are color coded that tell you which items go to which place. And I have like an overall manifest, like a delivery schedule, and I noticed that there's stickers on the page, so that tells me what color the stickers are. So that's going to make it a lot easier to find the items having that. But not all of those are easy to locate. And it seems like what they did was they put the really big abnormally shaped windows, they just put them all at the back of the trailer. So we're having to walk by the big abnormally shaped window pile to get to everything else. So it'll be nice whenever we get those off the trailer. Topeka is going to free up a lot of space. There's a lot of stuff going to Topeka. 37 items. That's going to be like a lot of the windows in the back. So far, I've only delivered, let's see, let's go through here. Garden City was 9. Lowe's was 6. That's 15. Then 11 at the Menards. That's 26. And then 2. I've only delivered 28 items so far. It's only 3 miles to I-70. And basically from here to the top of that hill is probably 3 miles. So I-70 has got to be like right at that hill. So yeah, I've delivered, what did I say, 28 items so far? And Topeka is going to be 37. So we're going to get rid of a lot of the load in Topeka. And we've only had that one damaged window so far. All right, speed limit's dropping to 60. I-70 junction in half a mile.
In half a mile, turn right onto the ramp to I-70 East.
All right, so this ramp, according to Google, is on the other side of the road. You go past the interstate and then turn right and it loops back around.
Turn right onto the ramp to I-70 East, then merge onto I-70 East.
There's no recommended speed, but we're doing like 20. With the wheel turned, I can't see how fast I'm going. There's a recommended speed, 25. All right, there's a car coming. I've got a nice merge lane here, so no rush to get over.
Keep on I-70 East for 41 miles.
All right, and now we're going to be driving for 40 miles to Topeka, Kansas. That right there was supposed to be my last delivery for the day, but it is 1:15 p.m. and we're going to make as many more deliveries today as we can. Just a second here. Everett is over here trying to pass me and is going almost the exact same speed as me. So he's down here blocking traffic. He won't give up on the pass. So I'm going to slow down and let him around me because they're just blocking up traffic right now. Aggressive drivers. Man, he's going slow. I'm going to pass him once he gets in front of me. I had to slow down to 64 miles an hour to let him around. I don't know why he didn't just fall in behind me. But he just would not give up on the pass. So now let's sit behind him for a minute and see how fast he's going. It's going slower than I want to go right now. I'm having to ride my brakes. I prefer to coast down the hills as long as I stay under the speed limit. Speed limit 75. And I'm having to hit the brakes to slow down below 70 going down the hill. All right, so when we went up that little hill, I got down to like 67 going up that hill, and they were pulling away from me. So they're light. They're really light. So they're fast uphill. They're slow downhill. Let's see what they're doing on flat land. I've got my cruise set at the 70 that I was doing before. I'm not resetting my cruise, I'm just turning it off and on. I haven't reset like my speed. So it's the exact same speed I was going on I-70 before. It looks like he's going almost the exact same speed I am, maybe a hair slower. Yeah, he's going just a little bit slower than me. God, I hate it when slower vehicles get in front of me. We're going up a hill, so they should pull away from me again going up this hill. If I put the truck in power mode, I would probably outpull them going up the hill, but I don't feel like doing that. I'm just going to leave it in economy mode. So yeah, I need to check with Lowe's and Menards. I forgot to ask Lowe's while I was there. And I forgot to ask Menards. I need to remember to ask Menards. I've already asked Home Depot, and Home Depot told me that 8 to 5 Monday through Friday is their receiving hours. I need to check and see if Menards is open on the weekend. And these are some big bugs. When they hit the window, it sounds like somebody throwing a rock at the truck. I hope you can see the road. Like, I washed the windows when I delivered at Lowe's this morning. And it's just futile effort. It's a futile effort. As soon as you get out here over the road, it's just suicide bugs. I might be able to get all my Kansas City deliveries done today. I'm not sure what the mileage is from Topeka to Kansas City. So basically, after these 2 deliveries in Topeka, I have 2 or 3 deliveries on the west side of Kansas City. I mean, they're not, I think one of them might be technically in Kansas City, and I think one is in Lawrence, and one is in Olathe. Those are 3 places that are really close to Kansas City on the west side. I think Lawrence is. But whatever they are, I'm not even sure if any of them are technically in the Kansas City city limits, but I have like 3 deliveries on the west side of Kansas City. And then my next deliveries are all the way in Wichita, Kansas. So if I can get all those Kansas City deliveries done today, that would be amazing. How many deliveries have I done so far? I did 2 in Salina and 1 in Manhattan. I've only done 3 deliveries. This will be 4 and 5. Yeah, with these deliveries, since like it's all mixed stuff, aside from having to dig through the piles and unload stuff and reload stuff and all that stuff, I'm having to redo the piles of windows, because whenever you take one out of a pile, if you just lay them back over, then the windows won't be like straight up and down, they'll be leaned over at an angle. You do not want to haul glass like that. You want glass straight up and down. That's where it's got its best rigidity. You haul glass laying flat, it gets flexing and it'll crack, it'll break the glass. So I'm having to redo all of the stacks of windows whenever I pull a window out of there. It's just a pain in the butt on this load. Hopefully I have a couple. What I'm suspecting is that in the bigger cities, I'm going to have like larger orders. So Topeka is not a big city. It's a small town, but it's probably bigger than Garden City and Salina and Manhattan. All the places I've delivered so far, Topeka is probably bigger than any of those. And I have 37 going to one of the stores here. So the places I'm delivering around Kansas City, those might be some decent sized orders. And I'm suspecting that a lot of the trailer is going to be unloaded in Oklahoma City. And then, Tulsa is basically my last place that I'm delivering. There's probably going to be a lot of stuff going to Tulsa as well. So all these small towns I'm delivering to, like 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. And then I'm probably going to have all the big deliveries in the major cities. All right, we got a weigh station and 1.25 miles. Oh, I got the bypass. They're probably closed. What's going on here? What we got? Ooh, there's somebody standing on the shoulder. Yep, weigh station's closed. So I've talked about this in previous videos. Why is it important to move over? I move over if I can. Sometimes it's more dangerous to move over. So that's a whole other conversation, is choosing when to move over and when not to move over. So why do you want to move over if it's safe to do so? Well, if somebody is standing close to the side of the road, then they could trip and fall into the roadway. Yeah, just come over real close. Just a second here. I'm catching up to the truck in front of me, and some car just got in between us. Just too damn close to me right now. So part of the risk is somebody falling into the roadway. Also, it's really hard to keep these trucks like in one specific position. The road is not completely flat, so there are things that can happen in the road that cause the truck to go left or right. And there's wind, and human beings aren't perfect. So it's, even if we were on a perfectly flat road without wind, it would be like most people can't keep the vehicle centered in the lane. So I'm constantly moving around in the roadway for various reasons. And then whoever's on the side of the road, they could get into the roadway. And then we have the wind created by the vehicle. All right, I'm starting to get too close to this truck, catching up with it. So I'm going to speed up to 75 and get around this truck. It ticks me off that I shouldn't have even let this person pass me. I slowed down to 64 to let this idiot around me because he's being aggressive. And now I regret it. But we'll speed up to 75, get around them, get like a quarter mile ahead of them, and then drop back down to our cruise speed. But the wind produced by these vehicles is huge. If you're standing like 5 feet away from one of these vehicles when it passes you at 65 miles an hour, it can knock you down. The wind is like big. Like it's huge, the amount of wind these things put off. So not only can you push somebody down to the ground, you can knock somebody over with the wind. And it's not just, the wind doesn't just push and it doesn't just pull, it does both. Whenever the truck goes by, it's going to suck you in and then it's going to push you away. Or it might do the reverse. I might have those backwards. But it has a pulling and a pushing as it goes by you. So it could knock somebody over. And if somebody's changing a tire on the shoulder and you drive right by their car, just like a foot away from it, it could knock their car off the jack stand. So yeah, I try to move over whenever possible. And you have people out there that don't pay attention. They just have too much trust in other people. Like there was a news article, this is a while back, this is probably a year ago. Might even be older than that. Time flies. But I remember reading a news article about a hit and run A semi was driving down the interstate, and some car was parked on the shoulder, and the semi didn't move over, just stayed in their lane, and the person walked from in front of their vehicle right into the interstate. They just assumed that everybody was going to be moving over into the other lane for them, and they did not check traffic. They just walked around their car right into the road, and the semi just splatted them. And I don't have any idea why, but the semi just kept going. I think that they ended up catching the guy. Like, it wasn't even an at-fault accident. I mean, the person walked into the roadway. Maybe they might have ticketed the truck driver for something, but I have no idea why that person fled the scene. $18 miles to Topeka, 19 miles to the Home Depot. So yeah, I try to move over if it's safe to do so, but some people, it's not always safe to move over. Some people will like get into an accident to move over for somebody on the shoulder. Like, they will create an even more dangerous situation trying to force their way over for somebody on the shoulder. You do have the option of slowing down. You don't have to move over. So yeah, if I can't move over and it's a situation where I really should be moving over, then I'll just slow down. "1:36 p.m. I should be there by 2 p.m. Probably going to take an hour to get unloaded and do all the paperwork. It's going to be so much paperwork. Hopefully, it's a whole bunch of the same item, because basically on the manifest, if it's one single item, then it'll be on one page. They can only fit like 2 items per page. So if a place is getting like 6 different items, it's going to be 3 pages of manifests. Even if they're getting 37 items, if it's just one item, it might only be 1 page of manifest. Just a second here. Got a kettle hauler merging on. The old Pork Chop Express. I didn't realize there were so many rolling hills over here in eastern Kansas. This is reminding me of driving through Missouri, southern Missouri. I-44 across Missouri is like this. It's just up and down hill from like Springfield all the way to Oklahoma. It might even be further past Springfield. I can't remember the details. Stay in your lane. All right, here comes the Pork Chop Express. He's got to go pick up some bacon or some beef or something. I can tell he's not loaded with the way he's driving. Cattle haulers drive like maniacs when they're empty. When they're loaded, they accelerate really slow and they decelerate really slow. They would not be tailgating a car like that if they were loaded. Yeah, 12 miles until we get there. I should be able to get the Topeka deliveries, both of them done before 5 p.m. I might be able to make it to Lawrence. By 5 p.m. But let's just calm down a little bit. Because at any moment, I could arrive at one of these places and they don't have an open dock, and I have to sit around and wait for a dock. Some places get really mad if you just pull into a dock, but a couple of I always check in before I pull into a dock, but the Lowe's, I've delivered to 3 Menards and 1 Lowe's. The Menards tell me what dock to pull into before I even get to the docks. The 1 Lowe's that I delivered to, they asked me if I was in the open dock. And I was like, no, I was checking in with you first. They said, well, I've only got that 1 dock, so that's the one. So Lowe's doesn't seem to have a problem with me just grabbing the dock if it's open. We're about to find out on Home Depot. I remember delivering to a Sam's Club back when I was in training at USA Truck We were delivering to a Sam's Club in the Denver area. I can't remember what town it was in, somewhere in the Denver metro. And my trainer was driving, and he just backed into an open dock, and then he went in and checked in. I did not go in with him. And he came back out there, and he said, I'm not going back in there. You're going to have to deal with her. I said, why? And he said she got mad because I parked in the dock door. Now, she let us stay in that door. That was the door we were supposed to go into. But she, like, chewed his ass out for 5 minutes about pulling into her dock doors without checking with her first. Okay, here comes all of those United Rental water trucks that were parked on the shoulder. Here comes 2 of them. I don't know where the third one's at. The other one, the third one might be still broke down on the shoulder. I'm pretty sure there were 3 of them parked on the shoulder. But yeah, some places will, like, some of these people power trip real hard. Some people are just really casual, cool, laid back. But some of these, like, managers, they power trip. Like, they think they're the king of the world because they're the manager in charge of shipping and receiving at a store or something. So that's the reason I don't typically just back straight into a door, an open dock. I'll typically check in first, just because you just never know who you're going to be dealing with. And I just don't want to piss off any of our customers. Four miles until my exit. Oh, this pickup is going to try and pass everybody on the right. He's like, oh, there's an opening in front of that red SUV. Now they backed out of it. They started to go for it, and then that opening in front of the red SUV closed up. Oh, there's that other United Rental coming up behind me. I think it is. There's 2 vehicles behind me right now. We're doing 59 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour up this hill. That average catching back up with me. It's about a quarter mile back now. All right, here comes water truck number 3. Four-wheeler coming up on the on-ramp.
In 2 miles, take exit 355 for US 75 South, I-470.
All right, I-470, US 75 South. That's what I'm hopping on. We're going to go ahead and turn the cruise off. Get ready for our exit that's in 1.5 miles. I-70, 1 lane ahead, through traffic, use 470. That doesn't sound good. I'll have to look at my route leaving here. And plan to use the 470 instead of coming back up here to the 70.
Half a mile, take exit 355.
All right, slow way down. We're catching up with some slow-moving vehicle. Topeka city limit, home of Harry W. Colmery. All right, here's our exit.
Take exit 355.
55 mile per hour ramp. We're doing 60, 58, 57, 56.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
I think 55 might be a little bit too slow. We're doing 57. And I feel like we could be going faster. Everett took the exit with me. Well, Everett, you're not going to have to worry about me much longer.
Half a mile, take exit 180 from 10th Street toward Monteverde Road.
Unless we're going to the same place. And if that's the case, I'm a winner. I'm getting in that dock before you.
Take exit 1B, then turn left onto Southwest 10th Street.
Everett did not take the exit with me.
At the light, turn left onto Southwest 10th Street.
I'm not going to make this light. We're just going to prepare to stop. All right, let me look at the map while we're at the stoplight. All right, it looks like I just make a left here. I drive down the street a short distance, and then I make a left into the Home Depot. All right, green light. Yeah, don't do it now. You could have gone for it, USPS. You waited, though.
In a 1/4 mile, turn left onto Southwest.
All right, I see the Home Depot store. We're going to get in the left lane because we're making a left turn. We're going to turn right into the, well, not right into it, but close to the shipping receiving area. Oh, you kidding me? That was a really quick light. Just turned green, and as soon as I hit the intersection, it turned yellow. All right.
Turn left onto Southwest Ashworth Place, then you will arrive at your destination.
Right here, where we're turning in. Stay there, car.
You have arrived.
1 All right, we are there. Now, where in the hell is the dock at? How can I get swung around to get into the dock? Oh, they have an open dock door. Awesome. Now, I think I can drive down the side here and turn around, but I'm not going to risk that. We're just going to, we have enough room here that I can spin around. So we're just going to spin around here. I'm not going to risk driving down the side of the building, hoping that there's room for me to spin around down the side of the building. And let's get the belt off, get the window open, and just get it in the general direction of the door. All right, I can't see shit. This is a blind side back, so I'm gonna get out and look. All right, and we're not lined up good. I need to pull forward. Once I get situated where I'm not blocking the road, I'm going to get out and open the doors. But right now, I'm blocking the road. All right, there's enough room for people to drive by me. So now I'm going to go open the doors. Pause this, I'll be right back. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull into the door without checking in with them. And see if we cause a commotion. I'm still blindsiding this thing. I don't like doing that. So, all right, I've gotten in here far enough that I can straighten out and do a straight back. Alright, now let's ease into the door. This is a steep ramp. I'm trying to ease into it. I don't want to break the wall. Alright, we just touched it. Alright, I'm going to pause this while I get the paperwork together and go in there and get this unloaded. Alright, FedEx is waiting to get into the door, and we're done. So I'm going to pull out far enough for FedEx to get in the door. And then I'm going to get back in there and close the doors. Well, it looks like FedEx is just taking their damn break, not paying any attention. They're not going for the door. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up here a little further. Make sure I'm all the way out of the way of FedEx. All right, let's park here. I'm going to pause this while I close the doors, and I also have to plot my next stop on the GPS. Be right back. All right, and we're rolling again. Let me get my seatbelt on. We're going about a mile to Menards. Lowe's was not happy, or not Lowe's, Home Depot here was not happy about me showing up at an unscheduled appointment time. I'm gonna let this van go first. I came in there and checked in with him, and he looked at the paperwork and he said, "You're not supposed to be here until 8 a.m. Monday."
Take the next right onto Southwest 18th Street.
And I said, "Is that a problem?" And he said, "We're not supposed to unload without an appointment. We're only supposed to unload at appointment times." He said, "Are you going to unload it?" And I said, "I might need help. It's only 3 items though." And he said that we could go ahead and unload.
Turn left onto Southwest Wanamaker
All right. So bear with me while we do some city driving.
Left onto Southwest Wanamaker Road.
So yeah, it was just 3 items. They were not too terribly difficult for me to find. Now that I've gotten rid of a whole bunch of crap in the back, it's I'm not having to sift through so much stuff in the back. And we're going to get rid of a lot of stuff here at Menards. But I asked him, like, once we got finished and he signed the paperwork and everything, and like he had to print off some stickers to put on the freight bill. Like Home Depot has this thing that they do to prove that it was delivered. And come on, this is probably going to be a fast light.
Continue for half a mile.
All right, in a half mile, we're going to make a right turn. So I asked him, I said, "Is this like strict appointment thing? Is that like a store policy, or is that all of Home Depot's?"
Turn right onto Southwest 17th Street.
And sorry, I'm trying to see how much room I need. I'm going to take up both lanes. There's
Turn right onto
nobody
Southwest
behind me for like a half a mile. And we're going to make a left turn up at the top of the hill.
17th Street for half a mile.
Ah, the light just turned red. This is going to be nice. We're going up a hill. I'm going to try to avoid coming to a complete stop. Alright, green light. Well, I'm not hitting any trees. It looks like they've been trimmed recently. That's always nice.
1,000 feet, turn left.
This is a steep grade.
Take the next left, then your destination will be on the right.
Alright, just a second here. I'm going to wait for this four-wheeler to pull out. Oh, my goodness. That's some lumpy, bumpy road right there. That's somebody just camped out here in the road. Hello, windows and doors, gelled when? What door? Okay. We just said whatever door is open. All right, where in the hell's the dock at? All right, it's right here. All right, I think we're going to go into door 7 like we always have been. They've got that one open. All right, here we go. Making a run for door 7. All right, we're far enough out of the way. I'm going to get out and open the doors. Be right back while I pause this. All right, let's continue with our backing. It's like a damn alley dock. All right, we're pretty much in the door, but let's pull forward and straighten out. Out of the places I've delivered so far, Menards is by far the best. Like way better than all the others. So much easier to get in and out of, and they're nicer, and they actually help me unload. Lowe's and Home Depot just kind of stand around and watch me. Menards gets in there and like starts doing stuff. Just a second, we're close. All right, we just bumped. All right, let me pause this while I get the paperwork and go get this unloaded. Be right back. All right, we're finished unloading and it's been 42 minutes. Just about to pull forward so that I can close the doors. And I cannot believe how they've got this thing loaded. There are some absolutely massive windows, just huge, just sheets of glass. One single just sheet of glass in there that's like 8 feet long and like 6 feet high. And it's has like no protection around it whatsoever. It's just sitting there strapped to the side of the wall, the trailer. Like, are you expect that not to break? I hope I deliver that soon. I'm going to pause this while I close the doors. All right, and we're rolling again. So, yeah, that thing might have been like, it was approximately 6 feet tall. It was as tall as me. But as far as width goes, or length, that thing could have been 10 feet long. And there are several of them like that. That are just massive. It's most of the really big windows. It's multiple windows, like it's several panes of glass all together. But the one window I've seen is I don't want to pull up here and let this guy check my door. These guys have a hell of a time with my door. I'm gonna go back there. Be right back. You got it? All right. All right. As soon as I stepped out of the door, he stepped out from behind and gave me a thumbs up. Now we're off to Lawrence, Kansas. Once we get rolling on the interstate, I'll try to talk, but for now, just bear with me while we... All right, there's no traffic coming from this direction. Looks like we're clear. Oh, there's a car. Missed that curb by like a half inch. All right, do I make a left at this light or is it the next light? I think it's the next light. Yeah, it's the next one. All right, let's prepare to stop. We're going down a fairly steep grade, so let's keep it at a speed where we can come to a stop if it turns red on us. $37 delivered to Topeka. We're going to get on the 470 and take the 470 all the way to the 70. Google wants me to take the 470 to some street and then take some street all the way to Lawrence. I don't think I'm going to be able to make this left on a green. We're going to sit here behind the line and just wait for either a big opening or a green arrow. All right, we got a big opening. Oh, and now you're going to turn yellow once I get in the intersection.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto the I-470 East, US 75 South ramp.
What in the hell was that person doing? They were driving down the street toward me. They started their turn too early. They're like, nope, that's not the street I turn into. Let's just keep going. Home Depot kept my pen. Luckily, I have lots of spares. But with 40 damn deliveries, I'll run out of spares quick if I don't keep track of my pens. I don't have that many pens.
Continue on I-470 East for 5 miles.
All right, all right, all right. So I am just drenched in sweat again. Every time I get out here and start unloading, I get drenched in sweat. Do I have a lane? Is there a new lane? There's a new lane. I'm going to hang out here for a minute. Right lane, must exit. Son of a bitch. The four-wheeler just told me that my door is swinging. That damn Home Depot or that gate person did not close my fucking door. That's the last time I trust one of those sons of bitches. Oh my God, yeah, the door is just swinging like crazy. I'll be back in a minute. Oh my God. That fucking idiot opened both my doors and left them both open. Oh my God. That is the last fucking time. I am so lucky that one of my doors didn't hit somebody. Oh my God. I can't express how mad I am right now. Why did he even open both doors? Just a second here. These four-wheelers are running me out of this lane. I'm glad that four-wheeler like pulled alongside me and she like made a motion like swinging hands. She did a really good job of letting me know exactly what was going on. That could have been so bad. That's only like the second time I've ever trusted somebody to close my doors for me. Like, you saw the first Menards I delivered to. Well, it wasn't my first delivery, but the first Menards I delivered to today, the guy made a comment like, "Oh, you don't trust me to close your doors?" I'm like, "I don't trust anybody." And he's like, "Neither do I." But the second Menards, I was like, "All right, I'll let this person close my door for me." And he closed the door correctly. And then the second time I let somebody close my door, they just open both my doors and leave them both open. Left lane ends. And a half mile. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. I would have taken a left if I had known this is a damn toll road.
Take exit 6 for Topeka.
We're just going to pay the toll because I'm not going to spend half an hour.
Take exit 6. mile, take the Kansas Turnpike exit toward I-70 east of Lawrence.
I'm
Take the Kansas Turnpike exit.
trying to avoid toll roads.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-470 east.
I think that's the reason that Google was trying to route me that weird route, taking some Topeka Boulevard or whatever all the way to Lawrence, is because I have it set up to avoid tolls. I didn't know the 470 around Topeka was a damn toll road. Kansas and Oklahoma love their toll roads.
Continue on I-470 east for 5 miles.
Yeah, car, I'm actually merging out. All the cars behind me that were getting on the on-ramp whipped out into the far left lane to go around me. And then one of them decided they were going to pass in the right lane. They were going to pass everybody. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, jeez. Go do it, superstar. These precious little snowflakes that think that all of us are out here just getting in their way. No one matters but them. They are a unique, special individual. I wonder if I-70 is a toll road from Topeka to Kansas City. Like, there's lots of toll roads around Kansas. And in Oklahoma. I'm definitely going to be driving on quite a few toll roads for this delivery. It's probably going to cost me a couple $100 in tolls. 200, somewhere in the ballpark of 200 in tolls to do all these deliveries. So yeah, at the delivery I just did at the Menards in Topeka, two massive windows, two absolutely huge windows. And this goes into like what I was saying about whoever loaded the trailer loaded it with zero concern for the trailer being unloaded. So one of the windows that went to this to Topeka that I just delivered to the Menards in Topeka was a huge window that had tons of cardboard and stuff in it. It was the outside window. Okay, so there's a stack of large windows at the back of the trailer that are all like stacked up against the wall. The very outside one that the strap is up against was covered in cardboard. Well, that one just got delivered. So now all of the windows behind it have almost nothing protecting them. I had to ask for cardboard from the store people there so that I could put cardboard in between the strap latch and the glass so that as we're bouncing down the road, the latch doesn't shatter the glass. Like, Man, I am never touching another one of these loads. The way they loaded this is just like, this is a nightmare. And every delivery I've done so far, they've made a comment about the trailer and how ridiculous these loads are. So that's I-70 West. We don't want to do that. That's where we came from. I-70 East, Lawrence, that's where we want to go. We are about 27 miles away, 25 miles away. And Google is showing that traffic is like really bad in Lawrence. Like completely stopped traffic. So I was talking with the Menards guy and I said, what's your shipping hours? Are you open on the weekend? Like, do you receive deliveries on the weekend? And he said, yeah. I said, do you basically receive deliveries anytime the store is open? And he said, yeah. I said, that is awesome. He said, we don't really like to receive deliveries on the weekend, but we will. We'll do whatever we have to do. I was like, that is amazing. Right lane ends in 3/4 of a mile. There's a car pretty close to me. Yeah, I think this is a damn toll road. I-70 is a toll road. I thought I-70 was not a toll road across Kansas. But I just saw a sign about K-tag. Yeah, Kansas Toll Authority service areas. So I-70 is a damn toll road. Okay, I did not know that. I'm going to have to disable avoid tolls on Google Maps so it stops trying to route me down dirt roads to avoid the toll roads. So anyway, yeah, Menards, oh my goodness, I love delivering to Menards. Lowe's and Home Depot, not so much. Home Depot is an absolute pain in the butt, and like they wouldn't even help me unload the trailer. Lowe's was kind of nice. Menards is awesome. Okay. Just a second here. The truck that was going slow in the center lane just decided to move over into the right lane because they were getting passed on the right. So they just pulled over in front of a couple people. So we got an opening, now we're going around. We're only doing 65 right now, if you're curious as to how fast I'm going. Speed limit is 75. I'm not using cruise at the moment, but I have my cruise set at 70. So yeah, we are way ahead of schedule. It's only 3:41 p.m. I'm going to be able to get all of my deliveries done over the weekend. Like, what's going to hold me up is all of my deliveries between here and Wichita, Kansas are Menards. So I can make it all the way to Wichita this weekend. But I can guarantee you that at least one of my stops in Wichita is going to be a Home Depot or a Lowe's. So I'm going to have to stop in Wichita and wait until Monday to deliver to the Home Depot and Lowe's. And I might actually have to wait until Tuesday. If I have to deliver to Home Depot, like the guy at the shipping guy at the Home Depot in Topeka told me that the receiving people in Wichita at the Home Depot will not take you at any time other than your appointment. And my appointment at that Home Depot, I think, is Tuesday at some time. So, just a second here. This truck is just flying by me. I'm doing 70 right now. That truck's like, well, if I'm going to pay to drive on this road, I'm going to drive however the hell I want. I'm going to weave between traffic and I'm going to do 80 miles an hour. And just jerk it over the left lane real hard. Tailgate the shit out of JMS. That'll teach them. Get out of that center lane. You get them, yellow truck. You super truck, because you super truck. Super truckering up there. All right, 6.5 miles to the exit in Lawrence, Kansas. I have never, I haven't even, Lowe's and Menards, neither of them have even yet asked me what my appointment time is. Lowe's was really nice, but they weren't very helpful unloading the trailer. It was two old fat women in the receiving department. They were really nice, but they just sat there in the office watching me unload. They're like, "Do you need help?" I said, "Yeah." And they called up some stock boy or something to help me. Like, really? Neither of you can help, huh? And at Menards in Garden City, one of the people in the receiving department was a girl, and she didn't help unload. She just sat there and watched us. So far on every delivery, anytime there's been a girl in the shipping receiving area, she just sat and watched the guys unload. I thought we were heading toward like equality, where, you know, we're all going to be treated the same. And there's no difference between a man and a woman. If a woman wants to be a Navy SEAL, she can be, you know. If a guy says that he's a girl, then he is. If a guy or a girl says that they are a dog, then they are, you know. We get to just pick and choose who we are, right? I thought that's where we were at in 2025. Where genetics is just you know, a formality. It's meaningless. All right, we got 3.4 miles until Lawrence, Kansas. We're still 13 miles away, so we got 10 miles of driving across Lawrence, Kansas to get to Menards. I have to drive all the way to the bottom of Lawrence, Kansas. And I'm going to keep doing deliveries as long as I can today, get as many knocked out as I can today. You know what? I don't really need to kill myself today doing tons of deliveries. I don't really need to run my ass off because I have all weekend to do somewhere in the area of maybe 10 deliveries. Because I'm going to hit a point where I'm stuck on that Home Depot delivery and the Lowe's deliveries in Wichita, Kansas. So I can just take my time.
In 2 miles, take exit 197 toward Lawrence.
Doing these deliveries over the weekend. But am I going to do that? No, because that's just not how I'm wired. When I got something to do, I'm either just going to procrastinate or I'm going to put 100% effort into getting it done. That's just, I don't have like a cruise control. I don't have like a happy medium. I don't have like just normal mode. I wasn't built with a normal mode. I either have off or on. That's it. I'm a very digital person.
In a half mile, take exit 197 toward Lawrence.
Half mile. Half mile, half mile, half mile. Half an hour, half an hour, half an hour.
Take exit 197.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just stay out there in the hammer lane until the last second and then just cut across 3 lanes
In a quarter mile,
for the
slide
exit.
right onto the ramp to Lawrence.
What in the hell is that car doing?
Slide right onto the ramp to Lawrence, then merge onto Kansas 10 East.
Alright, we're going. We got our own lane.
Continue on Kansas 10 East for 8 miles.
Well, for a minute at least. I'm letting all these 4-wheelers go around. There's a huge pack of cars behind me. I'm going to let them all go around first. Well, I tried to let them all go around, but they just kept coming. There was just a non-stop line of cars. So eventually I just had to go out into the road. So what benefit is there to just slamming all these out as quickly as possible? I could take a 34. If I get done with everything tomorrow, and then I have to wait on a Home Depot delivery until I'll try to deliver Monday, see if they'll take me. Hopefully the Home Depot is it's not a big order, because the smaller the order is, the more likely they are to take me. Yeah, this is busy road. There should probably be a divided highway through here. And it looks like they're working on making it that way. There's a road they're building over to the right. I wonder if they finished it in any section. Maybe we're going to turn into a divided highway in a minute. We have some, oh my goodness, it's that car from the interstate that I let pass. I let that car get in front of me. It's the car that has like all the crap on the roof, like fishing poles and stuff like that, that was going really slow in the center lane. That car is in front of me, slowing down traffic. We're going 49. That car is way overloaded. You can see the back wheels. Like the car is almost touching the back wheels. We're getting there. I haven't checked to see how I'm getting out of here. If I'm coming back out the same way or what. Oh, we got a stop sign or a stop light coming up. Half a mile. All right, green. Be prepared to stop when flashing. So it's about to turn red because it was flashing. So let's prepare to stop. There it is, yellow light. 35, 25, 15, 5. There we are. Yeah, this is going to be a nice little divided highway whenever they finish it. They're building a bridge for it right here. So it's going to have like on and off ramps. No left turns for trucks. Well, fine. I didn't want to turn left anyway. Yeah, my next delivery, so I got Lawrence, Kansas, and then Kansas City, and then Olathe, Kansas, and then I think it's Wichita after that. So I think I can get my other 2 Kansas area deliveries done today.
2 miles, take the US 59 exit toward Ottawa.
And then I can drive, I might be able to drive all the way to Wichita tonight. And then in the morning, I can do all my Wichita deliveries except for the Lowe's and Home Depot. And then set in, you know what I might also do? I need to check and see what my delivery is in Derby, Kansas. Derby, Kansas is just south of Wichita. I'm not sure exactly how far it is. I think it might be around 20 miles south of Wichita. What I could do is go down and do that delivery on the weekend as well. If it's, you know, a Menards.
In a half mile, take the US 59 exit toward Ottawa.
All right, I got an exit in half a mile. Oh, just a second here. Oh, this is rough. This is rough. And we're driving on a rumble strip. Oh, this sucks.
In a quarter mile, turn
All right,
right
all
onto
right.
US 59
We got to slow down. Is that all right? That bulldozer is off the road. I thought for a second that bulldozer was driving on the on-ramp or the off-ramp here.
At the light, turn right onto US 59 South, then turn left onto North 1250 Road.
This is not a good idea.
Take the next left onto I-50 Road, west 35th Street.
There aren't any signs that say I can't do it. There is a road cone that I'm going to drive over. Oh, I didn't drive over it. Barely missed it. Please no low bridge. Please no low bridge. That looks like a high bridge. We're really close to the store.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto East 1350 Road.
Oh, we're going over the bridge, not under.
Take the next left onto East 1350 Road.
All right, here we go. They don't have any signs around here that say they don't like my kind. So, looks like we're good to go through here. This road ended up actually being pretty nice. I might come back down through here to get onto the back onto the highway. So we are going
Turn right.
straight through this intersection, straight across the road, which looks like it's going to be a pain in the butt. There's a lot of traffic coming through here. And right there's the entrance to Menards. We just need to go straight across the road. Oh yeah, this is going to be... Oh my goodness. There's just tons of traffic from both directions. This is going to be impossible. As far as I can see to the right, the cars are just spaced out. Just non-stop. I have a light over to my left, so at least occasionally I'm going to have stop traffic over to my left, but to the right, it's just a solid stream of vehicles. And a lot of people are turning right here, which is making it even more difficult. Because they're, like, if there is an opening to the right, and I have somebody turning right here, waiting on traffic from, you know, the left, then when an opening comes up, that person making the left turn is going to be blocking me. I'm going to be sitting here for an hour. This is crazy. There's cars starting to back up behind me. I'm just gonna have to go across whenever I see like the tiniest little opening. I'm just gonna have to force my way across and make traffic slow down for me. So we're gonna do that right now. We made it. There was a car making a left turn, and I pulled out in front of the car that was making the left turn, and then the car behind them was a little ways back.
Take the next right, then your destination.
So we made it. That was not pretty. So yeah, we're not going back the same way we came in. I don't want to have to go across that street again. Windows and doors, gelled win. 7? Thank you. All right, so let's swing around here. Right here's the dock. Let's get the belt off so I can move my head around to see. So yeah, it looks like they just finished with an over-the-road truck. All right, let me get backed up a little bit out of the roadway. I'm lined up almost straight into the door. Let's pull forward and straighten out a little bit. And I'm just gonna back up out of the road so people can drive around me, and I'm going to get back there and open up the doors. All right, there we go. I'm going to pause this while I get out and open the doors. All right, all right, all right. Let's get back into the door. All right, just a second. Just trying not to. Well, every time I'm backing in, especially going down a ramp like this one isn't as steep as the last one. But air brakes are kind of like on and off. There's not a whole lot of in between, so it's really tough to like nudge up against a door without slamming it. All right. Now I have to put away the paperwork from the last delivery and get out the paperwork for this delivery. So let me pause this while I do that, and then I'm going to go in and do the delivery, and I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. I've already pulled out of the bay. I'm I'm pissed, so I'm probably going to use some foul language. I apologize in advance. Another girl in the shipping and receiving department. I don't have anything against women as long as they do their damn job. As long as, like, if a woman is going to work in a male role, like a manual labor role, then she needs to do the damn job. Every single shipping and receiving that's had a woman in it so far, she has been lazy and hasn't done anything. So, just a second here. Let me get checked out and I'll... This guy doesn't even want to look in the door, so I'm going to go back there. Okay. And the guy them both open. When I got on the interstate, somebody came up and was, "Doors are open." Good. Have a good one. All right. We're rolling again. Now that I turned off avoid tolls, it's routing me different. So there's probably an easier way to get in here. Now we're going to the Kansas City Menards. All right, so lots of drama here. I was 2 windows short. And while we were looking for the windows,
At the stop sign, turn left, then turn right onto West 31st Street.
I found a window going to the Menards in Topeka that I just delivered to. So I think what happened is the Menards in Topeka got a little overzealous, and they were just like, oh, all these windows right here are ours, and they just grabbed everything in that section without checking. And all of this stuff is mixed. And we spent about 45 minutes looking, and they got tired of looking and said that somebody else must have took their freight or something. They didn't want to look anymore. Well, I spent about 45 minutes looking. They looked for about 5 minutes after we got the stuff out that we could easily find. And then she went over and started playing on her phone. It was just me and the guy, and she basically didn't do anything. I'm ticked off right now. So then I sent pictures. I marked them short on the bill of lading, and I had them find like where's that on the manifest? Which one is it on the manifest? And mark those short on the manifest. So they pointed out which ones they were missing on the manifest. We marked those pages short. So I took pictures of the manifest pages, the bill of lading, all marked short, sent them through email to the agent. And then I immediately called the agent. And the agent was like, all right, we're going to look at your email and we'll call you back in 2 minutes. And I waited around for like 10 minutes. And they had already gone off and started doing other things. And there was a Menards driver that showed up, and he was waiting on me to leave the dock so he could back in. So after like 15 minutes of waiting, I called him back, and I was like, it's me again. You said you'd call me in 2 minutes, and it's been a lot longer than 2 minutes. He's like, I can't find your email. You didn't think to call me when you couldn't find the email? I said I replied to the dispatch email. And he was like, okay. And I said, well, they're kicking me out of the dock. I can't sit around here waiting on you. And I explained to him that there's another truck waiting, and they don't want to look in the truck they don't want to look in the trailer anymore. And he asked me what I sent in the email, and I said that I marked it short on the bill of lading and on the manifests, and then I took pictures of the bill of lading and manifest and emailed it to you. And he said, okay, if you did that, then you can go ahead and go. You're good. So I'm going to have to micromanage every one of these damn shipping and receiving people. So the Menards in Topeka, Kansas screwed up really bad. All right, I'm going to be able to make the turn before this pedestrian gets to the center.
Continue on US 40
miles. So yeah, the Menards in Topeka took 2 items. Well, okay, here's another issue. I counted all of the items that these people took out of the trailer, and it was only 11 items, and they were supposed to have 14 items. And they were only marking short 2. And I brought that up to them, and like she was like, she'd already started like putting them away. They'd already started like stocking them. And she was like, I'm pretty sure it was 12. And she was just like, I was like, all right, I just want to make sure before I submit this, you're only short 2. I think you're actually short 3. And she's like, no, we'll go with 2. 2's fine. Because she didn't want to go back and recount everything. She was just lazy. All right, we're coming up into construction and 25 mile per hour single lane. Right lane closed ahead. So yeah, I'm probably going to end up I might end up a couple of items short on the next couple of deliveries, because I think that the Menards in Topeka just grabbed entire sections of stuff assuming it was theirs. And there was 2 guys helping me unload, and I wasn't checking everything that they were bringing off of there. Like, I'm only supposed to be assisting. I'm not supposed to be doing everything myself. So there is a slight amount of trust with the other people happening. What in the hell kind of intersection do we got going on here? we actually using the lights over on the right? I think we are. We might have to sit through a light because it is taking forever for these people to go. Come on, man. Come on, man. Now it's making me look super slow because this person just sat there completely stopped and then created a big gap. And then I had to take off from a dead stop, and they were able to speed up and catch up with the car in front of them. I don't have that kind of acceleration. What I'm going to do at the end of the delivery is I think that those windows might be in the trailer, the ones that were marking short, or Topeka might have snagged them. But whatever extra crap I have in the trailer when I'm done, I'm going to let them know what extra stuff I have. And hopefully there's a gelled win nearby that I can deliver it to. Because I already have one extra window in the trailer for the Topeka Menards. And I'm not going to drive, what is it? It's like 30 miles one way. It was about a 30-mile drive here. I'm not going to drive 60 miles round trip to take a window back over there. They signed off that they received everything. So, man, I should have double checked them. I should have double checked the crap that they just took off. This load is a nightmare. I've got Kansas City and then Olathe, and then I think my next delivery is in Wichita. I'm going to try to get Kansas City and Olathe both done tonight because Menards doesn't close until like 10 p.m. and they receive the entire time they're open. So I'll make these two deliveries and then just a second here, we're coming to a stop. Hopefully make these two deliveries. Yeah, go for it. Pull out in front of the truck.
In 1,000 feet, slight right. Take the next right.
right, 1.2 miles we get on the interstate. 14 feet. Holy smokes, that's scary. We're 13.6, so we're good. That would suck. That would suck to, get all the way down in there, and then I would have to call the cops, and they would have to, like, work traffic to get me to back up. All right, we're past point no return. We're running it.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto the rail to I-70 East. Turn right onto the rail to I-70 East, then merge onto I-70 East.
All right, I don't see a recommended speed on this. So I think I have quite a few items I'm delivering to Kansas City. And I think a couple of those big windows that I want out of the truck are going to Kansas City. It'll be nice to get rid of them. Now, these lane markings don't match up. So yeah, I'm just like right now I'm stressing out because I think I'm going to be dealing with shortages for the next few loads because of Topeka. I think the Menards in Topeka took crap they weren't supposed to take. And the reason I say that is because they said that they received 37 items. They said that they counted them, and I've got one of their items still sitting in the trailer. So they took at least one of somebody else's stuff. What I think that they did was we noticed that all of their stuff had yellow stickers on it or something like that. So they just grabbed everything that had yellow stickers. But that's not true. We tried to use that method right now to find the missing items for what town was I just in? Lawrence, Kansas. And there were items in the trailer that had the exact same green stickers that some of the Topeka items had. There were a lot of items that had the exact same green sticker that Topeka had, or that Lawrence had, Lawrence, Kansas, where I just delivered. They had I think all of the Kansas City stuff, and I think some of the, like, or it was Olathe. It was one of my next couple of deliveries. Either Kansas City or Olathe had the exact same green stickers with a circle drawn on them. That Lawrence, Kansas had. And another thing the girl did that pissed me off is she just ripped the bills of lading, tearing them off the staple. I am very careful to like remove the staple from the bills of lading. I didn't even hand her the paperwork. She went over to my clipboard, opened up my clipboard, and took the paperwork out while me and the other guy were looking for the stuff in the trailer. She just went and helped herself to the paperwork inside my clipboard because she didn't want to do anything. She was trying to look busy, standing out there staring at the paperwork, doing a whole lot of nothing. All right, just a second here. I've got 21 miles. There's a lot of cars in the left lane, and these vehicles in front of me, there's a slow truck, there's a truck, a box truck, and then a car. And they're doing 62 miles an hour. And there is just a really long line of four-wheelers passing me in the left lane. So I can't get around them. Olathe, Kansas is where I used to pick up a lot of loads when I worked at USA Truck. The Procter & Gamble loads were some of the best paying loads I could find on the board. And there was a Clorox warehouse in Olathe, Kansas that I would deadhead from Oklahoma City. Whenever I'd leave the house, I would deadhead all the way to Olathe to pick loads up. All right, we've got a gap in the cars. We're going for it. Oh my goodness, and the slow truck is slamming on their brakes so they can take the fucking exit. It's a left lane exit for the rest area. I'm slowing down to make room for them. This is just fucking awesome. Oh my God. You can't make this shit up. Like, there were signs that said that the service area was a left lane exit. And at the last second, they're like, oh, I want to get McDonald's. Let's just stop in the road. I'm trying to limit my use of a bad language. They were just like, I'm going to stop in. Oh, this box truck is not wanting to go 62. Now the box truck that was sitting behind that semi is racing me. And now we have a whole bunch of cops on the shoulder. Busy day. Lots of drama. 17 miles until we exit Interstate 70. And we got 2 miles to get to the store. Yeah, I've got 5 hours of drive time left. And when am I going to start running up against my 14-hour clock? We're not going to have a problem with a 14-hour clock because I started driving at 9 o'clock this morning. So 9 to 9 would be 12. It'd be 11 p.m. Well, actually, I might run into an issue with the 14-hour clock. 11 p.m., 5:30 right now. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to use all my drive time because of the 14-hour clock. I'm not sure what the mileage is from Olathe to Wichita, so I might not be able to drive all the way to Wichita tonight. There's a TA truck stop like halfway in between Kansas City and Wichita. Maybe I'll make it there. "25 miles to Kansas City." Yeah, what's awesome about these deliveries is I'm not actually, like, this place that I'm delivering to is a Kansas City address, but I'm just hitting the west side of Kansas City. I'm not really going far into Kansas City. I'm just hitting the west side of it and then cutting down to the southwest side of it. So I'm delivering to the west side of Kansas City and then the southwest side of Kansas City and then headed to Wichita. And another problem with how they loaded the trailer is with us having to constantly move the same windows over and over and over again. They're getting dirty and they're getting like scratched up and stuff like that, sliding them across the floor and stuff like that. So having to move the windows repeatedly in the trailer is causing minor damage to them. I'm trying to be as careful as I possibly can, but one of the windows that we have to constantly move is that one I talked about a minute ago that's like 10 feet long and like 6 feet, 8 feet high. I think it's about 6 feet high. There are some windows in there that are much taller than me. And I'm about 6 feet tall. This one's about the same height as me and 8 to 10 feet long. And it is extremely heavy. Just one solid piece of glass with a frame around it. And we have to keep moving that one over and over and over again to get to the ones behind it. And sliding that, like most of the people that are helping me move it, they're not picking it up off the ground, they're just sliding it across the ground. And it is just ruining the frame on the bottom. 11 miles until our exit. Alright, gonna have to slow down because of this car hauler. We got an opening after one, after this next car, there's an opening, but we're going uphill. I'm slowing down. Alright, I'm still gonna grab the lane over here because we're about to crest the hill and I'm about to get jammed back in behind this car hauler. And every time we have issues finding anything in the trailer, they start making comments. Were you supposed to come here? People usually go to Kansas City before us. And are you sure? What was the other comment that they made? Are you sure that one of your other deliveries didn't take ours? And just come over real close. That's what the girl said. She said somebody else probably took our stuff. She made the comment like 3 times. They were not willing to look in the trailer. Like, they just did like a cursory little look for about 5 minutes, and they were done. They would not look anymore for their stuff. The other places that I've delivered to, they were like crawling around in the trailer, trying to find things. And I do think that Topeka took their stuff, because there was a big section of windows that was all like the exact same window, and Topeka just took the whole thing. They thought it was all theirs. So yeah, this delivery, I've only done like, I don't know what have I done, like 5 or 6 deliveries. Let's see, Garden City, 2 in Salina, Manhattan, 2 in Topeka, that's 6, and then Lawrence, that's 7. This is going to be number 8, and Olathe will be number 9. I've delivered 7 out of 44, and I've run into lots of problems already. And I was hoping that maybe it was just the very back of the trailer that was loaded like this. No, it's the entire trailer that's loaded like this, where you're basically having to play Where's Waldo in the trailer, trying to, like, it's like an Easter egg hunt or something, trying to find all of the stuff you're supposed to deliver to these places. And some of the places I deliver, they're really awesome. And some of them, they just hate life. They hate their job. They don't want to deal with it. The Home Depot guy hated life, hated his job, didn't want to deal with it. And the girl that I just delivered at Menards had that same attitude. Kansas City city limit. So we are now in Kansas City. This reminds me of driving into Oklahoma City. In most cities, you're like pretty far into the city whenever you see the city limit sign. But Oklahoma City, like way outside of town, like you're out in the country like we are right now. You don't see any city anywhere, and you see the sign that says, "Welcome to Oklahoma City." Or Oklahoma City city limits. All right, we're exiting on 411B, Interstate 435 north. And that lane's going exit only for 435 south. Everybody's slowing down.
Half a mile. Take exit 411A. Drive 135 north.
All right, it's 30 mile per hour on ramp. Circles around.
Take exit
So
411B.
let's start slowing down.
Continue on I-435 north for half a mile.
Drive wise, the Qualcomm keeps popping up telling me rollover area ahead, exit 411B. I wish I could change the options on the Qualcomm, but even though I'm the one that paid for the, oh shit. Never mind, I'm taking this exit. I'm taking exit 13A.
Continue for half a mile.
Even though I pay for the Qualcomm, I own the equipment. I bought it. I paid like $700 for it, and I'm the one that pays the monthly subscription for it. So I pay for everything with the Qualcomm, but Landstar has like the admin access to my Qualcomm. So I'm locked out of it. I can't change any of the settings on it.
Merge onto State Avenue, then turn left onto North 98th Street.
All right. I need to get over in the left lane. So I need to make a left turn right here. This
Turn left onto North 98th Street.
98th Street. All right, there's nothing coming, but I can't see very far.
Continue on North 98th Street for half a mile.
We're almost there. We're half a mile away. Camping World. Has a really big flag. Man, I bet their business was booming during the lockdowns. Some people just don't get it. Like, the world is full of special little snowflakes. During the lockdowns, everyone started becoming like an outdoorsman. All right, it's not this one. I need to come in on the other end of the building. Like, I knew a lot of people. Come on, car, go around me.
Turn right, then your destination will be on the right.
That car was just sitting there at the back of my trailer speed matching me. I have no idea why. I had to slow down to get him to pass me so I could swing out and make this turn. I need to swing way left. What in the hell is going on here? The docks are over here? All right, this is weird. The docks are straight to my right, outside the lumberyard area. So let me pause this while I go check in with the gate. I want to ask them if I can drive into the gate. I don't even know if I can make that turn into the gate. I don't know if I can spin around in here, but let's see what's going on. Just a minute. All right, they told me, I checked in with the guard shack and I was like, am I supposed to check in with you for a delivery in the dock over here? And they said, yeah. And they asked me what I have, and I said I've got doors and windows, 15 items. And then somebody rolled over in a forklift and asked me what I had, and I told him, and he said, man, you're like our 12th 53 foot today. And I'm like, well, I've only got 15 items, it's not the whole trailer. and he's like, all right. And I said, so do I just pull into whichever dock opens up first? And he said, yeah, whichever one leaves, you just pull in. And it looks like somebody just walked. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but the guy with the afro and the blue t-shirt just walked over to one of the trucks and handed them paperwork. So it looks like they're going back to maybe remove a chalk from their wheel. So they're about to leave. But yeah, he told me that these two trucks just arrived. So it looks like they didn't have much to deliver either. One of them's a local, a day cab. Let me grab a soda, man. My throat is dry. I am probably dehydrated right now. I haven't been drinking very much today, and I have been sweating like crazy. Oh my goodness, I finally pulled a lemon lime. This is the first lemon lime I pulled in 3 days. It is my least favorite flavor, and it's probably full of lemon limes in there because I haven't pulled one out in 3 days. What's going on with this car? And Landstar just sent me an email. And this is the reason that I marked my regular mail as I unsubscribed from Landstar's emails because they spam you with stupid crap. They just sent a message over my Qualcomm that says, did you know you could do a sleeper split? If you do 2 sleeper periods that total 10 hours, then you could do a sleeper split. I'm like, gee, thanks. That's definitely something that you should have sent out over my Qualcomm, like it's some kind of damn emergency. Some, like, Captain Obvious level statement. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open my doors because I don't think I can. There's people can drive around behind me right now. When I get backed in, I don't think I can back in far enough for people to drive in front of me. Be right back. All right, here we go. Get her in there. I think I might have cut it in a little bit too hard there. We're just going to get it in the general vicinity, and then I'm going to straighten out. It's really hard for me to see because the sun is coming in straight at me. As I'm looking into my mirror, the sun's shining straight in my eyes. They have really nice docks though. Like plenty of room in between trailers. Just a second here. Ugh. Bumped it a little harder than I like. But now they know I'm here. Gotta assert dominance on occasion. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we're back. Now we're going to Olathe, Kansas. Not much drama delivering here. It was guys, no girls this time. No issues. The guys were super helpful. Well, one of the guys was really lazy. Even more lazy than the girl at the last place. Even more lazy, well, not than the first girl. The first girl didn't do anything. But the guy this time was avoiding work. He was just walking off like, oh, let me check on this. And I ended up unloading the whole trailer because he just kept walking off. All right, I'm going to pause this while I close doors. All right. So they thought that we were missing one. Like we were one short. And we spent probably 20 to 30 minutes. Most of the time, a lot of the time I was there looking for that one. And then he realized that one of the small boxes that just had, I don't know what in it, it had 2 stickers on it. Okay, what in the hell is this crap? All right, it's a right turn only. So we're gonna go follow. Like Google wanted me to turn left. But we're gonna follow the signs over following Google. So Olathe, Kansas. Let me turn the fan. The fan was blowing right on my face, so it's probably really loud on the mic. Olathe, Kansas is 23-mile drive. It's a lot closer than I thought it was. So it's 6:55 p.m. right now. I should arrive there right around the same time I arrived. Well, just a few minutes later than I arrived to Menards in Garden City. We're driving a few extra miles. It did originally say 17 miles, but we couldn't make a left turn, so we're having to go the opposite direction. Is this a single left turn lane? It would appear so. And I'm drenched in sweat as usual. So this is the last delivery I have before Wichita. I think. I'm pretty sure. So after this delivery, I just have like, I don't know how far it is from Kansas City to Wichita. I think it's decently far. All right, they did not give me the left turn signal. You greedy bastard. Give it to me. There we go.
Continue on parallel parkway for half a mile.
All right, it's a right turn in half a mile. Make sure I got my lights on. Everybody's flying by me. They don't want to wait on me. All right, we don't want to go north, so we don't want to hop onto this one. We're going to get onto Interstate 435 south.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-435 south ramp.
We got 3 cars. It's a shared merge lane. It's on and off ramp traffic shared, and these cars have a yield sign, and they are not yielding. All right, I forced my way over, and the car eventually yielded to me.
Take the I-435 south ramp.
People just don't know how to drive.
435 south.
This car is probably going to give me the finger. No, it's some really old woman. She's not going to give me the finger. She's just going to glare at me like I was in the wrong. That's one of the big things that a lot of people don't understand is merging traffic has to yield to traffic that's already on the road. Anytime you're merging onto something, you have to yield. All right. Nobody coming?
Continue on I-435 south for 13 miles.
All right, it says that this lane is I-70, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of this lane. Left lane closed ahead. Well, we'll figure it out once we get past this I-70. All right, so a new lane is going exit only. And yeah, that right lane is ending a little ways up the road. No, it isn't. That's a merge lane. It looked like the lane was ending. We're going to go ahead and hang out in this lane for a second, though, because there's a truck merging on here, and there's a whole bunch of merging traffic at the next on-ramp. Let's go ahead and get over. There's no more merging traffic at this on-ramp. And that left lane is ending. Oh, now here comes the merging traffic again. All right, in 11 miles, we're going to get onto I-35 south. All right, what in the hell is this? We've got something on the right side of the road saying get over to the left. I can't get over anymore to the left. I'm already over on the left. It's way off onto the shoulder. Sorry, we're just slowing down and watching what's going on. Oh, goodness. They're cleaning the road, is what it looks like. It looks like they're cleaning it off, getting ready to do something.
There's a lane closure ahead.
All right, what in the hell's going on up here? They got more people. Doing something up here. Why do they have the arrow saying to get over on their truck if the lane is already closed that they're in? All right, well, now the lane's not closed anymore. Now we got all 3 lanes, and they're driving down that right lane in construction. We're going to hang out in the center lane for a second. I think they're taking that exit. All right, now we'll grab the right lane. Oh, great. A whole bunch of cars merging on. Come on, this is your time to shine. You've waited this moment all your life. Oh, my goodness. They didn't accelerate. They slammed on their brakes. I was slamming on my brakes to let them get in front of me. I slowed all the way down to 55 from 65, and then they slammed on their brakes. So we were both sitting there slamming on our brakes. We were having a break off. All right, we're just going to hang out in the center lane because this car that just merged on is going about the same speed as us. I don't want to get in behind them. I'm doing 65 right now, 64. Like, I'm going pretty slow. The speed limit's 70, and I'm catching up with this car. And then the other car that's had the brake off with me has sped up and is along my right side right now. So, all right, I sped up to 68, and this car sped up with me. Four-wheelers are annoying. In a vehicle like this that has terrible acceleration, you accelerate so slowly that most people don't use the cruise control, and they just drive based on the speed of the vehicles around them. And they perceive these trucks as slow vehicles. So if one of them starts passing them, they're just naturally like inclined. Their instinct is to go faster. I should be going faster than that big slow vehicle. So they can easily just speed match us. Whereas when I'm in my my personal vehicle, if I want to go past someone, I just zip past them really quick. Yeah, we have gotten a lot accomplished today. Oh my goodness. What in the hell have we gotten done today? So, started in Salina, 2 in Salina, 1 in Manhattan, 2 in Topeka. That's 5, right? And then after Topeka, I went to Lawrence. That's 6. And then after Lawrence, Kansas City, that's 7. So this will be delivery number 8 today. All right, I've got 5 miles until the 35 south. There's slow vehicles in all 3 lanes. We're doing 55 right now. 55 and a 70. I'm about to grab the left lane and go around this vehicle. I just don't want to pull in front of the cars that are coming around me. But I'm going to do it anyway. I'm tired of riding behind this guy doing 55. I can't drive 55. Oh my goodness. Now the slow vehicle that was in the right lane just moved over into the center lane. They've sped up though. Lenexa, Kansas. Next 5 exits. Lenexa city limit. I was able to restock milk. I think I'm going to drink a whole gallon of milk whenever I get parked for the night. They only had 2 gallons of milk, and I bought both of them. If they would have had more, I probably would have bought more. But the mom and pop truck stop that I stopped at, got 2 miles to my exit, so let's take a peek at this on-ramp. There's a whole bunch of cars coming on this on-ramp. So I'm going to wait till I get past this on-ramp, and then I'm going to try to find a way to get over to that right lane. The mom and pop truck stop that I stopped at after Garden City, I wasn't able to make it all the way to Salina. I made it almost all the way to Salina. All right, here we go. And I stopped like an hour short. I could have made it like 20 minutes away from Salina, but I stopped like an hour short because I saw a place to park. Just a second here. These cars in front of me are slowing down.
I-35 south toward Wichita. Use the right lane to take exit 83.
All right, so we're going up to a split.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Wichita, Des Moines. Well, that's 2 different directions, so where in the hell is my Wichita? We're going to split at some point. There it is. I need to get over in the right lanes. .6 miles until we get to the Menards.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto the I-35 south ramp to Wichita. Use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto the I-35 south ramp. Continue on I-35 south for 4 miles.
Alright, now my lane's ending. Are there anybody else passing me here? Don't see any other cars around me. Alright. And do we have 3 lanes? Nope, I need to get over another lane. That sign says that this lane ends as well. And then there's a bunch of exit only. I need to get over more. What is this exit only for? Yeah, I need to get over one more lane. How many? Oh, I need to get over like 4 or 5 or 8 lanes. Like, how many lanes do I need to merge? I think we're good to go in this lane. .6 miles to go. Olathe city limit. Olathe, next 5 exits. Person's just talking away on their phone, weaving through traffic, speeding. Got somebody on the shoulder around the turn. It's on and on ramp. So they might be on the shoulder of the on ramp. I've got 3 cars passing me on the left. Damn it. They're pretty far over. But it'd have been a lot nicer if they would have been on the shoulder of the on-ramp. .3 miles to my exit. Where in the hell is this place at? It's like 2 miles off the interstate. Yep. Just a second, traffic in front of me is slowing down. I've got an exit in half a mile, so I can't be passing people. Got a slow moving van.
Mile, take exit 218 towards Santa Fe.
So I'm gonna have to drive like 2.5 miles down 135th Street. That's a long ways on a city street. Hopefully it's like a 45 mile per hour, 50 mile per hour street or something.
Take exit 218, then use
Yeah, that's how I exit.
slightly left onto the
I
right
fly
to
by people and cut them off the last second for the exit. You know, jump 2 lanes. That's how all the cool kids take exits. All right, how many turn lanes we got?
Use the left lane to turn slightly left onto the ramp to Mid-American Nazarene University. Then turn left onto West 135th Street. East Santa
That
Fe.
truck. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it. All right, please, nobody.
Turn left onto West 135th Street. East Santa Fe.
Yeah, there is somebody.
West 135th Street for 2 miles.
There was somebody taking the turn with me. It was a double left turn. They didn't have any damn sign until like the last second that it was a double left turn. I thought the right lane went straight. And the truck in front of me took the far left lane as well. All right, I got room to move over. I have a right-hand turn in 2 miles. A lot of trucks on this city street. Yeah, just go ahead and pass me and cut me off so that you can take your turn. It's not like I was already going slow because of the traffic in front of me. But yeah, I got 2 gallons of milk at the mom and pop truck stop that I took my 10-hour break at. It's like $5.79 a gallon, which was cheaper than a truck stop, but almost twice as expensive as a grocery store. Grocery store prices fluctuate wildly. Like every time I buy milk, it's a different price, but it's usually around $3. Sometimes it's $2.88, $2.98. It's just a little under $3. Sometimes it's $3.20, but it's usually right around $3. And that is probably different for different parts of the country. I remember when I first moved to Reno, Nevada, I couldn't believe how expensive the groceries were. And somebody told me it's because shipping things into Reno is really expensive. So like a gallon of milk was almost twice as expensive in Reno as it was in Oklahoma City. So $5.79 might be grocery store prices for some people. I think I can see the Menards sign for a half a mile away.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto South Greenwood Street.
So we're going to make a right turn at the light. And I don't know how narrow this street is, so we're going to use
Turn right onto South Greenwood Street. Then turn
all
left.
the lanes. Make sure there is some car. Don't do it, car. All right, the car is not doing it.
Take the next left, then turn right.
The car got over into the turn lane, but they didn't try passing me in the turn lane. That car almost stopped. Like they saw me start to turn, and they freaked out and like almost stopped in front of me.
Take the next right, then your destination will be on the left.
Oh, that's my turn.
Your destination is on the right.
All right. There we go. I thought it was the other side of the building. All right, let's see how many items we got. We got 30 items. Please unload me. Hello. Windows and doors.
Doors? 1 sec. Box 7.
7. All right, thank you. All right, there we go. Where in the hell is the dock at? There it is. All right, let's circle around here. creep around at 5 miles per hour. And we're just about straight in for Dock 7. And there's enough room for people to go around us. So I'm going to go open the doors. I'll be right back. I'm going to pause this. All right, we're recording again. And we're backing up into door 7. I hope I didn't damage anything with the trailer with that hard brake when I missed the turn. It wasn't that hard, but I've been like driving this load like it's a baby, like it's fragile, like it's a load of glass windows. All right, we're bumped. All right, so I'm going to pause this while we go. We got 30 to do here. Let's see if there's any drama. I'll be right back. All right, no issues. 30 items delivered without a problem. This time, I'm the one that found every single one of the items. The guy helping me didn't know what he was doing, so I just ran the show. And it was real easy. All right, let me go close my doors. I'll be right back. All right, I left one of my doors open just because I know that they're going to have me open it in 100 feet. Good, yourself? Yeah, it's open. Oh, yeah, you can check. I get it. You can hop up in the check in the cab if you need to.
We just need you to crack the door so we can check like there's about 60 mistakes behind us.
All right.
I get it, but Parker told me I had to, so I do it.
All right, have a good one. All right. Now we're rolling. All righty.
100 feet, turn left toward South Greenwood Street.
So let's get the hell out of here. Oh my goodness, I'm still sweating like crazy. Grab a paper towel.
Take the next left toward South Greenwood Street, then turn right onto South
All right,
Greenwood
that
Street.
car is far enough to... Oh, it's at a stop sign. I wish I had unlimited shower credits. I'm not even going to be stopping at a truck stop tonight, hopefully. I'll just towel off with some wet wipes. Don't cut the corner, folks. Everybody's turning left here and cutting the corner. Alright, now I need to make a left. It's going to turn yellow on me. Is it going to let me through? Holy smokes. Yeah, it turned yellow just as I started going through.
Continue on West 135th Street for 2 miles.
Alright, now we got 2 miles to get to the interstate. So, once we get on the interstate, I'm going to look at my clock and see what the situation is on the clock. And make sure that I have enough time to make it to the place where I'm wanting to stop. There's on the toll road, there's one of those little toll plaza service area things where it's in the center of the road. And it has a decent amount of truck parking. So that is where I plan on stopping at the end of this drive shift. It's really close to Wichita. I don't have enough time on my clock to make it all the way to Wichita, but I should have enough time to make it there. And it's pretty close to Wichita. And what I'm going to have to do is look and tonight I'm going to have to look and see what the order of my deliveries are for Wichita. And I'm going to have to see if I can get to all the Menards before the Lowe's and Home Depots. I think it's highly unlikely that I'm not going to have a single Lowe's or Home Depot to deliver to in Wichita. But that would be amazing if I could do all of Wichita this weekend. I don't think that's possible. I haven't really looked. You know what? Let me check my next delivery. Actually, no, I can't. I put it in my overhead cabinet. Put all my paperwork. I did have it sitting in the floorboard in between the seats, but I put it in the overhead cabinet. One mile to make a left turn. It's a little bit early to grab the left lane for city streets. A mile is a long ways on city streets. So it is 8:13 p.m. And that Menards gate guy was the first one that asked to look in the cab of my truck. He said that he's supposed to peek inside, just like I told him he could like hop up and look in. He was like, no, I need to like peek inside. I don't need to like look inside. He's like, it's a corporate policy, and it's not like you don't have 6 feet of space behind your chair that you could hide stuff. He said, but corporate says I got to do it, so I got to do it. It's kind of a weird rule. But almost everybody I've dealt with at Menards has been like really cool. The guy that helped me, all right, unfortunately, that was too close. I was going 5 miles an hour under the speed limit, doing 30 and a 35, but I wasn't about to like lock up my brakes to be able to stop at that. There's, a point of no return where it's just too dangerous for me to try to stop. All right. We're coming up on our turn. Double left turn. I cannot see the lanes. There they are. Too many bugs, too many headlights, and we're going up over a little hill. And I couldn't see the downslope of the hill. All right, now we're on I-35, and we're just taking I-35 until we get to the rest area, the toll road rest area.
Continue on I-35 south for 91 miles.
All right, everybody clear it out for me. Nice of them. Speed limit 65. Traffic should clear up quite a bit as we get further and further west of Kansas City. And we didn't really go into Kansas City. Yeah, we technically went into the Kansas City city limits, but like we didn't really go into Kansas City. We just like hit the western edge of Kansas City. We barely tipped our toe in Kansas City. Spring Hill, Kansas, exit 215. You know what? I think it's actually Spring Hill where the Clorox warehouse is at. I think I got... Oh, and it's not Olathe. It's Olathe. The guy that unloaded the trailer... we were sitting there looking at the addresses, and I was like, Olathe, all right, yeah, these are yours. And he was looking, and he goes, Olathe. And I looked at him, and I said, is it pronounced Olathe? He said, yeah. He said, most people pronounce it Olathe. They mispronounce it. I was like, all right, I've been mispronouncing it for a long time. So it's Olathe, Kansas. According to him. That's just one source. I'm not going to take it as like fact just because somebody tells me. What in the hell was that? One of the trucks going the other direction made a loud hissing and growling noise. I am so incredibly thirsty. I don't really want a soda. I would prefer like a big glass of cold water or a big glass of cold milk. Way station 1 3/4 miles. There's somebody passing me on the right. I don't know if they're taking that exit lane or if they're just passing me on the right. All right, this lane is going exit only for the way station. But yeah, all I have access to at the moment is soda. What I should have done is drink a big cup of, what do we get? Let's see what we got. We got a grape. Oh my goodness. What happened to all the lemon limes? Did I drink all of them first? Like, I've pulled only one lemon lime in like the last 3 days. Pull in unless closed. Well, I'll be damned. It's closed. What in the hell? Is that a motorcycle? No, that's a car. What in the hell is a car doing behind me in the exit only lane for the way station? Once the speed limit goes up past 65, I'm gonna maybe pass this truck. We'll see. This truck's doing 65. He's actually doing a little bit under 65. I'm having to do 64 and 60. I'm bouncing between 63 and 64 to stay behind him. All right, just went up to 70. There's a truck passing me right now. I'm waiting to get up. I'm holding off at 68 right now because I'm pretty sure this truck's going faster than 70. And I'm slowly catching up with a truck in front of me doing 68. So get in your lane, bro. Brah. Get in your lane. Truck passing me is driving in my damn lane. Bupara. Look at his trailer tires are like 8 inches over in my damn lane. Bupari. The industry is full of these small no-name carriers with their like company information, their MC number and stuff, duct taped to the side of their truck. Just a second, there's a four-wheeler. Okay, they were taking that exit. I thought they were on the shoulder. You know, they're in these old beat-up trucks with their information duct taped to the side of their truck, and they're in ungoverned trucks. Got their feet up on the dash, wearing their flip-flops, swerving all over the road, driving like maniacs, cutting people off. I mean, it's just the flip-flop nation, man. All right, let's see if I still got the cruise set at 70. I haven't turned the truck off. Yeah, it's still set at 70, so I'm not going to have to reset my cruise. I don't remember turning the truck off throughout the day today. All right, let's check the clock. Oh, it looks like there's a glare from the bugs on the windshield. I washed it off this morning. I'm not going to wash it like every stop. I'm in a rush. So I apologize if the picture quality wasn't that great today. All right, let's check and see. I'm catching up with a slow truck. And we're going into construction. Let's wait till we get through the construction, then I'll figure out. Left shoulder closed ahead. I think that pickup thought it said left lane closed ahead. Now it says right shoulder closed ahead. All right, let's see what that pickup does when it sees me moving over. Nope, it's just sticking it out right there. I think that they thought it... Oh, everybody's exiting right here. The truck's exiting, and all the four-wheelers, I think, are also exiting. All right, they're all gone. Let's get back over the right lane. So no, they didn't misread the sign. They just weren't being an asshole. They had an exit coming up, and they weren't going to cut the truck off for the exit. They were just going to cut me off. They had a limit to how many trucks they were going to cut off for the upcoming exit. And apparently it was one. So they just moved over in front of me and slammed on their brakes. So anyway, all right, now we're through the construction and we're past the slow vehicles. Let's check. 142 miles at a 60 mile per hour average. How long does that take? 2 hours and 22 minutes. At a 70 mile per hour average, how long does that take? 2 hours and 2 minutes. So I can save 20 minutes by going 70. This car is going really slow. I got plenty of room to move over. I've got the cruise set at 70 right now, and I should be able to have really close to a 70 mile per hour average for the rest of the trip. Get in your lane, car. Car started drifting toward me. I have 2 hours and 18 minutes of drive time. So if I were to drive 65, I wouldn't be able to make it. But driving 70, I should have like 15 minutes left over when I get there. So means I'll be shutting down at about 10:30 p.m. That means I can start driving again at 8:30 a.m. And I'll probably be about 30 minutes away from Wichita. So I can start making deliveries at like 9 a.m. And I'll just have to see how many deliveries I'm going to be able to knock out tomorrow. I need to check and see how many total Wichita deliveries I have. If every single one of my deliveries between now and Oklahoma City was Menards, then I could make it to Oklahoma City by the end of the day Saturday. Probably. I could definitely make it to Oklahoma City by Sunday. But it's the Lowe's and Home Depots mixed in there that give me a problem. But I am way ahead of schedule right now. I was only supposed to do Garden City, 2 Salina drops, and Manhattan, Kansas on Friday, today. And then I was supposed to do all the rest of the stuff I've done today. Just a second here. There's a car riding my ass, and there's another one sitting out in the left lane speed matching me just a little ways behind me. Come on, shit, or get off the pot. I can't stand it when cars sit alongside me speed matching me. All right, now they're speeding up. There they go. Man, how bad do I want a shower? I don't have any TA shower credits. Just a second here. Catching up with this truck. There's a car passing me right now. The truck I was slowly catching up with it. Now I'm catching up with it pretty quick. We did just go up a really super tiny hill. I didn't drop any speed on it, but maybe this truck's max weight and it dropped like 3 miles an hour going up it. So I have like, I don't know how many thousand. Yeah, now I'm barely passing it again. All right, I'm creeping. I don't like snail racing, so I'm going to speed up to like 72, 73. Get around this truck. We're doing 73 right now. So how bad do I want a shower? Like, I'm going to want a shower so bad at the end of every day. I'm going to be drenched in sweat every day. So I think I can skip a shower today because, like, I'm not wanting to be paying a whole bunch of money for showers. I have one shower credit right now at Pilot Flying J. You know what? I should probably go ahead and use that. Because I'm sitting here thinking about Pilot Flying J's. There is a Pilot Flying J in Tulsa, but I do not want to go to it. That thing is a nightmare to get in and out of. There are hardly any truck stops in the Tulsa area. And that Pilot Flying J is always just overrun. So I'm just sitting here thinking, I don't know if I'm going to have an opportunity to use a shower credit. Because if I get into Oklahoma City and I'm going to be if I end up taking a 10-hour break in Oklahoma City, I'm probably not going to take a shower at the truck stop. I'm probably going to go park where I pay to park, and I'm going to drive to my house and take a shower. But I don't know if there's not a lot of Pilot Flying J's in northern Oklahoma or southern Kansas. I don't even know if there is a Pilot Flying J in southern Kansas. There are not a lot of truck stops in the Wichita area. I remember last time I was in the Wichita area and I was stuck there waiting on a load. There are just a couple of mom and pop truck stops in the Wichita area, and they both moved to paid parking because the locals just overrun the truck stops, leaving their vehicles there. So, like, I think it's only mom and pop truck stops in Wichita, and they're all paid parking. So last time I was in Wichita, I actually drove out of town to this toll plaza I'm driving to right now, and that's where I ended up sitting for like 2 or 3 days waiting on a load. Was at the toll plaza because it was the only free parking I could find in the Wichita area. Man, I was just sitting there thinking about how poorly that trailer is loaded. I was talking with the guy when we were unloading the stuff, and I was telling him he didn't know how to handle it. He didn't know how to handle glass. He started taking stuff out of the trailer and just laying it flat on the floor, and I was like, you don't want to lay glass down like that. It breaks really easy whenever you lay it down like that. I said, you want to stand it up. So we stood it up, and I was like, yeah, this is not just like normal glass. This is really cheap, flimsy glass. Like, this stuff is super fragile. And I said, now, when I say cheap, I don't necessarily mean cost. I mean quality. This is probably really expensive stuff. And he said, I forgot what he said. He said, yeah, this is probably really pricey. That's how they do things. And we got to talking about how things are overpriced. But yeah, I suspect that these windows are probably really expensive. Even if they are cheap, windows are expensive. So even if they're cheap windows, they're probably still pricey. And the way that they package these things is just so bad. Oh my goodness, somebody just flipped their high beams on. There's somebody passing me in the left lane, and apparently they're not passing me fast enough. So the four-wheeler behind them threw on their high beams. Special little snowflake, man. We're in their way, and they're letting us know that we're in their damn way. This one coming around me right now is the special little person. Oh, now they're not in such a big hurry. Now they've got all that wide open left lane Now they want a Sunday stroll. But yeah, like that huge window that we delivered, not this delivery, but the one before it at I think it was the Kansas City stop. That is the heaviest window that we've taken out so far. 2 of us were able to lift it, but that thing probably weighed over 200 pounds. That one single window. And it was just one enormous piece of glass that had edging around it. Just a solid piece of glass. There was nothing breaking up the glass. There was nothing. Just one enormous piece of glass with an edge around it. And it was as tall as me. It was about 6 foot tall. And I would say it was 8 to 10 feet, probably about 10 feet long. And I cannot believe that thing got delivered without breaking, because they didn't put hardly any packaging material around it. They just, I think I talked about this earlier, all they did was they just crammed it in between. What they did was they put a whole bunch of cardboard and stuff around the windows that were like at the, so if there's a stack of like 12 windows, the outside window, the one that had the strap around it on the very outside edge, all right, there's cops or a tow truck or something up ahead. That is the one that they would put a bunch of cardboard and stuff around. All right, I see the truck driver putting their left turn signal on, trying to get over in the left lane. So they must be on the right shoulder. Must be in a turn. Yep, it's in a turn. So it could be a cop, it could be a tow truck. In Oklahoma, and I think also in Kansas, but in Oklahoma, they changed the laws to where used to only cops could run red and blues. But they changed it to where like emergency vehicles and tow trucks, all kinds of stuff can run reds and blues. All right, that looks like an actual cop. And I think maybe in Kansas they have a similar law. But yeah, in Oklahoma, you have no idea if it's a cop or a tow truck, because tow trucks are allowed to run red and blues in Oklahoma. I remember whenever they were talking about passing that law, I was working at a security company, doing like shopping center security. I was just sitting in my car, you know, watching a shopping center for 14 hours a day. Armed security guard. And I remember the security company I worked for and all of the security people I interacted with at the company were so excited about this new law that Oklahoma was passing, where we were going to be able, security guards were going to be able to run red and blues, and we were going to be able to do security work off the property that we were contracted, because you can't do, like, a security guard is not allowed to do anything off of the property that they're contracted to work on. So they were saying that there were, not only was Oklahoma looking at passing some laws where security guards and tow trucks and all kinds of people were going to be able to run red and blues, but also we were going to be able to sign a contract or something with the city or state to where we would respond to, like, non-violent police calls. So, like, I don't know what exact category of police calls we were going to be responding to, But it was just like the really low end police calls. To try to relieve some stress from the real cops. And all of the security guards I worked with and the security company, they all got really excited about that. And I was like, that is dumb. If I call the cops and some security guard shows up, I'd be pissed off. I don't know what ended up happening with that because I quit working security. There was a point in time where I thought about applying to become a cop. Like, I think most security guards are security guards because they can't become a cop. They actually want to be a cop, but they can't be a cop for whatever reason. You know, their medical history or their criminal record, or they're just dumb or something. I don't know what it is. For whatever reason, they can't become a cop. And that was like, when I was a security guard, almost everyone I worked with wanted to be a cop. There were actually like one or two people that were going through the application process of being a cop. There was one kid, one of the like good security guards we had. Most of the people we had were like, oh my goodness, just dumbasses. That's as kindly as I can put it. But like, there was one young kid working security with us that was in his early 20s. I think he had like a 4-year degree, and he was just working security while he was applying to become a cop. And he was going through the process of becoming an Oklahoma City police officer. And he had been going through the application process for like a year. And he had a date where he was going to go through the academy. He had made it through. He had been hired already. And he had a date to start the police academy. And it was in like 6 months. So from the time he put in an application to the time he started the police academy, or I don't know if he ever started the police academy. I quit security before then. I never got an update on what happened with him. But from the date he told me, it was 18 months from the time he applied until the time he started the police academy. That is a really long hiring process. But yeah, I was one of the few security guards that did not dream of being a cop. It's not like, that does not sound like a fun job to me. Like, most people, whenever they think about being a cop, all they think about is, you know, how much power and authority they're going to have. Anybody who wants to be a cop for those reasons should not be allowed to become a cop. What I think of when I think about possibly becoming a cop is you're going to be under constant scrutiny, not just by your coworkers and your supervisors and the city or state that you work for, but also every person that sees you or interacts with you. So every time a cop does something wrong in the public, it's going to get reported. If you do something stupid at McDonald's, people are not going to go out of their way to report you most of the time. But as a cop, you're in a trusted position. You are much more likely to have people report stuff against you, and cops get sued by people all the time. And then think of what your day-to-day job is. You're dealing with the worst of society all day, every day. You're responding to domestic violence, stuff. Responding to phone calls in the ghetto of two drunk people fighting over who drank the last beer. That's the kind of stupid crap you're dealing with. And you're not paid very well. And you work really long hours. You're on call 24/7. Like whenever I was like, there was some more Oklahoma police officer. When I was working security, he would come over there, and the bingo hall on my property would hire cops to watch, to do security for them on bingo nights because they were dealing with a bunch of money. So while he was sitting there parked at the bingo hall, he and I would sometimes chat. And he was trying to talk me into applying for more police. And his selling point was, I was like, aren't you guys only paid like $30,000 a year? And he was like, yeah, but you get lots of overtime. And you have basically unlimited security contracts. So he told me that most cops, their salary is like $30,000, but most of the cops were making about $60,000 because of how many hours they worked. And he's bragging about this. Like that's his sales pitch. I'm like, that's not a sales pitch. That's basically the exact same way the trucking industry works. There's people out here that are, these trucking recruiters are out there recruiting people, and they're like, you can make $50,000 a year. Yeah, you're going to be working 90 hours a week to do it. You're going to be working your full 70-hour clock on your logbook, and there's probably going to be 20 to 30 hours a week that you log that you're in the sleeper berth and you're actually doing work. Almost all truck drivers do work off the clock, 20 to 30 hours or more per week of work off the clock. That's the norm for over-the-road drivers. I won't say that's the norm for like LTL drivers, but for over-the-road drivers, that's normal. So over-the-road drivers, they're working their full 70 plus another easily 10 to 20 hours off the clock, maybe 30 or more hours off the clock. So you're working like 90-hour weeks to make $50,000 a year. If you were to break that down into how much you're making per hour, you'd be better off working, 2 fast food restaurant jobs. Just go get a job at McDonald's and then get another job at Burger King, because McDonald's and Burger King are not going to let you work 40 hours of overtime a week. So just get 2 jobs that are each paying like $20,000 a year, and you're good to go. And it'll be a lot easier than being a truck driver. And you'll probably be working fewer hours. Trucking is not a profession that I would recommend to somebody who's just looking for some way to make money. Oh my goodness, there's so many spots available at that rest area. I hope there's a lot of spots available at the little travel plaza I'm headed to. That thing gets pretty full. it can sometimes be hard to find a spot. And you know what? That little travel plaza, I think it probably has a fast food restaurant. And it's not going to be truck stop prices. It's probably going to be normal prices. And if it's a McDonald's, I might be able to use the app to get like discounts. So that sounds good. The only thing I've eaten in the last 2 days is 2 burritos. 2 of those little frozen burritos. So a cheeseburger sounds really good right now. I bet I stink something awful. When did I take my last shower? I took a shower right before I drove to Garden City Thursday. So Thursday afternoon, yesterday afternoon was the last time I took a shower. And I got really sweaty in Garden City when I did that delivery. And I've been sweating my butt off all day today doing deliveries. I am soaking wet right now from sweat. So yeah, I would bet that I stink something awful. What I'm going to do, since I'm not going to take a shower tonight, is I'm going to, I have wet wipes. So I'll spray myself down. I have a spray bottle that has 91% isopropyl alcohol in it. So I just spray the wet wipe with isopropyl alcohol, and I wipe myself down. I spray myself with the alcohol. It kills bacteria, which is the main thing that causes smell. It's dead skin and bacteria. So I'll just spray myself down, do a little, what do they call it, a bird bath, and change clothes. Man, I knew a guy that used to go several months in between showers, like 3, 4, 5, 6 months without showering. And he thought that if he just kept it really cold in his house and he changed his socks and underwear every day, that he didn't need to take a shower. And oh my goodness, he stunk something awful. Oh my goodness. It was nasty. He got fired from a job over hygiene. And I think he got like written up at another job for hygiene. The job he got fired from was a short-term contract job, just doing like some kind of data entry grunt work. And they had a shortage of desks. So they were having people double up on desks. So somebody else was having to sit in a cubicle with him. Like shoulder to shoulder in a cubicle. And they complained about his stink. And he took a shower after the complaint. And then he went like he thought he was good to go for a couple months without a shower. Like that's his mentality. It's like, man, I just had a shower last month. So he took a shower and he thought that he was good to go. So he, after like a week or two, He got fired because he never took another shower. I don't know if that's the exact reason they gave. I don't know if they gave him any reason at all when they fired him. It was just a 90-day contract that he was on, and they didn't let him stay on the whole 90 days. They canned him. At least that's what he told me. But this guy was a pathological liar. You couldn't trust anything he said. There was probably something worse that he did to get fired, and he made up that story to make it not seem as bad. Like, he lied about everything, even trivial stuff. But he did really take a shower, and he had a major hygiene problem, so it was a believable story. And he told me that, like, I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take showers, man? What's the deal? Why don't you just, like, at least once a week? And he told me that it burns whenever he takes a shower. And I believe him. Like, if you're going that long without taking a shower, then you basically have a layer of dead skin and bacteria on your skin. So your skin is not being, like, exposed to air. So whenever you're running that shower water over you, then that layer of dead skin and bacteria is being washed off, and it's exposing that skin that hasn't, been exposed to anything, and it's really sensitive. But yeah, he said that whenever you take a shower, it burns. He was also really fat. Now, I know I'm fat, but he was really fat. He couldn't really fit in the shower. That was another reason he didn't like taking a shower, is because he didn't fit inside the shower. Still got 100 miles, an hour and a half to go. I don't even know if I want to continue recording, because it's just, you can't really see much of anything at night. And every now and then I hear a bug slam against the window. It sounds like a rock hitting the window. Yeah, whenever I get parked, I think the first thing I'm going to do is check out, drink a glass of milk and check out the restaurant, whatever is there. What is this? What do we got? Flashing lights. Is that on the shoulder? I don't know. We're going to start moving over. Yeah, but it's on the shoulder. It's hard to tell at night or at any time in a turn, like, where in the hell people are at. It's a box truck way off the side of the road. You got to be careful pulling off the shoulder like that. Like, you can roll your vehicle. So get something to drink, and then check the restaurant. I think it's probably a McDonald's. see if they're still open, check their app and see if there's any decent deals. Like, I'm not like hungry enough for a cheeseburger that I'm going to go to McDonald's and pay $20 for a value meal. But if I can get food at a reasonable price through their discounts on their app, then I'll do that. So something to drink, something to eat, do the bird bath, change clothes, and then start looking through my trips in Wichita, my deliveries in Wichita, and see like how many Lowe's, Home Depot, and Menards I have. Barrington Road, exit 160. I think that I'm not 100%, but I think whenever I was looking at the deliveries, the Derby, Kansas is a Lowe's. So I don't think I'm going to be able to knock out the Derby, Kansas early. Derby is like a decent ways south of Wichita. The way they have the route set up, the way they have it scheduled, is I do all of the Wichita deliveries, and then I drive south to Derby on some state road or highway. And then after Derby, I keep going down state roads and highways all the way to Ponca City, Oklahoma. I'm not wanting to drive back roads all the way from Wichita to Ponca City, Oklahoma. So what I was thinking is that if I could do the Derby, Kansas this weekend, then whenever I leave Wichita, I could go south on I-35 and take I-35 down to Ponca City. I don't know why that person was bright lighting us. The car passing me doesn't have their brights on. I don't have my brights on. There's nobody behind me with their brights on. The car in front of me just flipped their brights on. Yeah, I'll have to look at the delivery order for Wichita. What I might have to do is I've freed up a lot of space from all the deliveries I've made. I've freed up a lot of space in the trailer. The trailer is almost halfway empty. I would say that the trailer is about 60 to 65% loaded right now. I still can't walk down the middle of the trailer. I'm never going to be able to walk down the middle of the trailer. Everything is loaded to where there's no walkway down the center of the trailer. But what I might do in the morning, I'll check what my delivery schedule is. If it's, Menards, and then Lowe's, and then Home Depot, then I'm just going to go do the deliveries. But if like Home Depot is first, then I'll get back into the back of the trailer and I'll use the space that I have to move the stuff around and reorganize it to where I can access the stuff past the Lowe's and Home Depot deliveries. There's the TA that I was thinking about stopping at. It has a Wendy's. That is very, very tempting. But I know that Wendy's is going to have truck stop prices. Whereas the restaurant at the rest area might have normal prices. "90 miles, which is roughly an hour and a half, and I have an hour and 33 minutes. It's an hour and a half at 60 miles per hour, but I'm going 70. So it's 70 miles an hour. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. So I should have about 18 minutes left over whenever I get there. Yeah, it really, really sucks that Lowe's and Home Depot are not going to take deliveries on the weekend. And it really, really sucks that Home Depot won't take deliveries except by their strict appointment time. I need to check my delivery appointments because on one of the sheets of paper that has my delivery appointments, I remember seeing something that said like strict appointment or something like that on one of the appointments. So yeah, because of Home Depot, I'm probably going to have to sit in Wichita until Tuesday. Because I don't think my Home Depot appointment in Wichita is until Tuesday. It might be Monday. But yeah, the Home Depots are going to screw me over. But it's not that big of a deal as long as I'm able to like somewhat stay ahead of the schedule. I really hope that like I don't fight to get ahead of the schedule and then I get stuck at a Home Depot and lose all of that time that I fought for. And you know what? If McDonald's doesn't have good prices or they're not open, I still have hot dogs and burritos. Or not hot dogs, corn dogs and burritos. The little frozen burritos. I'm okay. So I think I talked about this earlier in this video or in the last video. When I was getting some work done on the truck at the Volvo dealer in Oklahoma City, there were two other drivers there that I was chatting with. One of them was some company driver with I think it was Fry Miller, and he loved his job because he just hauled dog food between Oklahoma City and like Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's all he did. He just went back and forth between Oklahoma City and Albuquerque, New Mexico, hauling dog food, and he loved it. And the other one, I think he was an owner operator, or he might have been a company driver, but I don't remember what he did. I don't remember what company he was with or whatever. I can't remember if he was an owner operator or a company driver. But he was bragging about this microwave that he had. That it was a microwave, and it could bake stuff, and it can air fry. And I'm like, how in the hell does that even work? Like, how can you put metal in a microwave? But yeah, this thing like worked with metal in it. And he was telling me it was the greatest thing ever inside his truck. He had an oven and an air fryer and all that stuff in his truck. So I bought one and I tested it out at home. And it got hot on the outside, as expected. It works through, a microwave heats through, like microwaves, through, like exciting water molecules. You can't microwave something that doesn't have water in it. And this thing heated stuff up with heat. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I was watching that car pass me. But yeah, it's two different principles, and microwaves don't work on metal. Like, they have a very, like, you put metal in a microwave, it'll blow up. But this thing works with metal inside of it as a microwave. I don't know how in the world that works. But it got hot on the outside. Not when using the microwave mode, but when using the like oven and the air fryer mode, the outside of it got hot, mainly the top. So I was like, okay, that's not going to be very safe inside the truck in a plastic cabinet. It'll melt the cabinet. And I asked that guy when he was talking about it, I was like, and that thing doesn't get hot? Like, it doesn't melt your cabinet or anything like that? And he was like, no, no, no. And I've had other people say that it doesn't get hot. I have tested it. I've cooked stuff in it at my house, and I promise you it gets hot. Maybe they just don't realize how hot it's getting. I promise you, if you use the oven or the air fryer feature, let it get hot, put your hand on top, it's going to burn you. But I think I'm going to install that in the truck when I get home. Because air fried frozen burritos sounds so good. When I was a kid, I lived in a very small town, and there wasn't a whole lot to do. So one of the things that we would do for fun is me and my buddy would go buy, like, we were too young to buy alcohol, but we had plenty of people that would buy alcohol for us. So we would go get a 30-pack of Busch, because it was like the cheapest beer you could get. A 30-pack of Busch was like $5 or something. I can't remember the price, but it was like $5 or $10. It was really cheap. Might have been $10. $8 or something like that. It was really cheap. But we would, we both worked at McDonald's, so we would fill up a trash bag, a big black trash bag. We would like double bag. We'd get a couple of big black trash bags, double, triple bag them, fill them up with ice, go get our buddy to buy us beer, and then put all the beer in that trash bag with the ice. And then we would go back roading. We would just go driving around on dirt roads out in the middle of nowhere all night long, drinking beer. We would get really drunk, like really, really, really drunk. We should not have been driving. But, you know, we're out there cruising on dirt roads out in the middle of nowhere going like 10 miles an hour. And what almost always happened was right around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when we were really drunk, we'd be like, let's get something to eat. And our go-to place, about the only thing open in town at that time, the burrito shop. Let's go to the burrito shop. There was a convenience store in town that was open 24 hours a day. There were only a couple of them in town that were open 24 hours a day. And this particular convenience store served like fried food. Fried burritos. I'm not sure what all fried food it sold, but it sold fried burritos. And it sold the burritos for pretty cheap. Like you could get like 3 for $1 or something like that. Or it might have been 50 cents a piece. And we would get like a bag of burritos and a bunch of containers of ketchup. They had ketchup poured out in these little plastic miniature cup containers. And we would request a whole bunch of those. I'd just sit there and eat these fried burritos dipped in ketchup. And that was like the best thing ever. I'm sure they were just frozen burritos, the same kind I have in my cooler, but they were so much better fried than they are just heated up. $73 miles to go. That's about an hour and 3 minutes if I'm doing 70. And I have an hour and 19 minutes left on my clock. Doing 60, that's an hour and 13 minutes. So I have 6 spare minutes even if I'm doing a 60 mile per hour average. All right, let's grab another soda. I need to remember to refill my cooler with sodas tonight. I think I have I have at least 2 cases of sodas left, 2 24 packs. I might have 3 24 packs of soda left. I generally only drink soda when I'm driving. When I'm parked, I drink my my jugs of water. I have gallon jugs of water and milk if I have it. Loves with a Dairy Queen and a Subway, 39 miles, exit 97. Dairy Queen sounds pretty good. But I bet they're really expensive. And I've seen Dairy Queens in truck stops that only serve ice cream. They don't serve burgers. So who knows if it's like a full Dairy Queen or if it's just an ice cream shop. My best bet for food is the Travel Plaza, because if I walk in there and I see truck stop prices, I just immediately turn around and walk back out. The Travel Plaza is the only place that's likely to have non-truck stop prices. All right, it's starting to get cold in here. Let's turn off the sleeper air conditioner. Let's see what the temperature is real quick. 62 degrees in here. So let's turn the air conditioner down to level 2 from 3. So we turn the sleeper air conditioner completely off. We turn the main air conditioner down to level 2 from 3. All right, what kind of soda did we fish out? Oh, Hawaiian Punch. Well, Shasta calls it Tiki Punch. Hawaiian Punch is probably copyright infringement. I also need to take a peek at my hours. See if I'm going to have any issues with my 70-hour clock. Because I should be able to do a 34 this weekend. And I should probably try to do that just so that I don't have any issues with my 70-hour clock at some point this upcoming week. Oh my goodness, that was a big pothole. So, what does this say? Right lane closed ahead. Speed limit's dropping down to 55. Turn the cruise off. Nearest car behind me is like a half mile back. Something else, like bringing that air fryer on the truck. Something else that I've thought about bringing with me. I mean, the air fryer would be absolutely amazing for the burritos and the corn dogs. They'll have a really nice crisp outside. Crunchy burritos, crunchy corn dogs. Crunchy's good sometimes. Certain things, crunchy's good. But something else I was thinking about is I could bring like chicken nuggets. I could even bring like frozen pizza. The only thing with frozen pizza is it takes up so damn much room. All right, is this the end?
Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-35 south exit toward Kansas Turnpike from Wichita.
Of the construction. All the vehicles in front of me are still going slow. I'm doing 55. Catching up with them. I'm speeding up. I'm doing 58 now, and I'm catching up with these vehicles. I think it's all because Google's telling them all, do this. You know, you have a... I think we're all using Google Maps. What in the hell? All right. The speed limit is 70, and these people are doing 50 miles an hour. I'm doing 60 right now and flying by them. Is this fog or smoke? All right, speed limit's dropping down to 45 up ahead. And I don't know if these people are exiting. I'm going to try to leave room for Amazon because I don't trust Amazon. Are they exiting? They're exiting. Yeah, all those people exited. Not sure if Amazon knows what in the hell they're doing.
In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-35 south exit toward Kansas Turnpike, Wichita.
We're speeding. We're doing 50 and a 45.
Use the left 2
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Continue for half a mile.
All right, we got a 30-mile-per-hour turn to get onto the interstate. We're doing 38. Let's back her down. 34, 33, 31. Ooh, the sign is fairly accurate. A lot of those signs are way off, or they're really delayed.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-335 south.
Ooh, there's a Flying J. Too late now. We've already driven past. Oh, that thing is so overrun. Oh my goodness. That thing is packed.
Continue for 61 miles.
All right. Now we're on a toll road again. 60 miles until the travel plaza. 61 miles. We have an hour and 8 minutes, so we're 7 minutes. We have 7 extra minutes. Oh my goodness, that was a nice bump. I might end up keeping that Topeka window. I don't have any use for it. And I'm really surprised that we haven't run across any other Topeka windows. So what it looks like is when Topeka was unloading, they grabbed 3 windows that were supposed to go to, what was it, Lawrence, Kansas? I think it was Lawrence, Kansas. Was my delivery where I was short 3 windows, and they said that it was only 2 windows I was short. It was 3. I was short 3 windows. So I think Topeka snagged up 3 windows that were supposed to go to Lawrence, and they forgot to pick up one of their windows, and they were over on their count, and they were probably sitting over there giggling like, we're supposed to have, I forget how many they were supposed to have, 37 I think was their count, 30 something, I think it was 37. They're probably at like 39, and they're like, well, we got 37. And their big brains probably weren't putting two and two together and thinking, oh, well, we've got somebody else's stuff. Yeah, I hope Lowe's or Home Depot are not my first 2 stops. I hope it's Menards, and more Menards. Because if my first scheduled stop is Home Depot, I'm trying to remember how this was scheduled. I think it was scheduled that Friday, today, I was only supposed to deliver up until Manhattan, Kansas. And then on Monday, I was supposed to start in Topeka and go from Topeka to Lawrence to Kansas City to Olathe, and then do a final delivery in Wichita. I was supposed to do 1 delivery in Wichita on Monday. And then Tuesday, I was supposed to do the rest of my Wichita deliveries and then start delivering in heading down toward Oklahoma. Hopefully that Home Depot that I have to deliver to that has the strict appointment times, hopefully I only have like 3 items to deliver. And I could call them up and be like, hey, can I deliver early? And they're like, no, you have to do it at your appointment time. And I can be like, yeah, I understand. But like I'm running a day ahead of schedule. And if I have to wait for the appointment there, then I'm going to have to wait an extra day. It's only like 5 items. I will unload the trailer. You just need to sign the paperwork. I'll unload the items. And maybe they'll have some pity on me. But if it's like 40 items, no way. Not going to be able to do it. I need to skim through my delivery schedule and see like what all the Home Depot stuff is. Because that's basically the only reason I was able to deliver to Home Depot today was because I unloaded it myself. The shipping guy was like, are you going to unload it? I was like, I can if I need to. I might need some help. 53 miles, and I have 1 hour of drive time left. And I'm running up against my 14-hour clock. So I have more driving hours. I'm hitting my 14. I started at 8:45 this morning. So my 14-hour clock runs out at, let's see, that's 8:45 to 8:45 plus 2 more hours, 10:45, right at 11 p.m. So yeah, 10:45. It's 9:45 right now. My clock runs out in 1 hour at 10:45. I probably have 2 or 3 more hours of drive time. I don't need to use it though. Like, I could take a sleeper split right now. I could take a 2-hour sleeper break and recoup that drive time and have another hour or 2 of drive time. But there's no need for that. You know what I just thought of is, where in the hell am I going to park after I drive into Wichita and make all those deliveries? I might not actually make the deliveries tomorrow. Because like I said earlier, like, it's hard to find a parking spot in Wichita. It's almost all paid parking. There's very few truck stops in Wichita. It's all mom and pop truck stops, and they've all switched over to paid parking because of the locals loitering in their parking lot. And last time I was in Wichita, I had to drive out like 20 miles out of town to this travel plaza to find free parking. So I'm having to pay. It's not even free because I'm on a toll road. So I had to drive and pay to be on a toll road to get a parking spot. So what I might do is just take tomorrow off and then do the deliveries on Sunday. Do them late in the evening Sunday. And then camp out overnight at the Home Depot or wherever my delivery is scheduled for on Monday. The Home Depot or the Lowe's. I'll probably go to Lowe's, camp out at Lowe's. Lowe's doesn't have strict schedules, so I'll deliver Lowe's first. And then I'll see if Home Depot will let me unload a day early. I really need to look through my schedule and see how many Home Depots I'm delivering to, because they are the nightmare unloads. They're the most annoying. I've only delivered to one Home Depot so far that I can think of. So hopefully the majority of almost all my deliveries have been Menards. I've delivered to a couple of Lowe's and one Home Depot, and just about everything else has been Menards. And Menards is by far the easiest one to deliver. And it looks like they were actually short on those Lawrence, Kansas items, because I did like 2 deliveries after Lawrence, Kansas, Kansas City and Olathe, and never ran across the Lawrence, Kansas items. Life is so incredibly short. There are so many things that I want to do. I might be able to knock out a bunch of them if I had like unlimited money, but like we just drove underneath that cattle crossing, bizarre cattle crossing. And I was thinking like how cool it would be to like work on a farm where you like ride a horse and like a cattle ranch type thing. Like an old style cattle ranch, not like a new modern cattle ranch where the cattle are just like in a big concrete barn eating all day out of a trough and living their whole life in a tiny little pen. No, like an old school like cattle ranch where you actually ride around on a horse and maybe you have an ATV and stuff like that. And then I have the dream of like living on a sailboat in the Florida Keys. And then the dream of building an off-grid, like underground house. And then the dream of just living out in the woods in Alaska. Building some kind of off-grid shelter out in the middle of nowhere. I hope I'm able to do some of those things in my life. "43 miles to go." I started recording once I got to my first delivery, I think. I didn't start recording, so there was like 60 miles that I drove from some small town in Kansas to Salina. I think I stopped like 60 miles short of Salina. So I drove for like an hour on the interstate to the Lowe's I delivered to this morning. And then I started recording from that Lowe's. I think it was after I made the delivery I started recording. But we have got a big chunk of the trailer knocked out. There is still a ton of crap in there. I suspect that by the time I get done with Oklahoma City, there's going to be hardly anything in the trailer. I think that my deliveries across southern Oklahoma and Tulsa are going to have very few items that I'm delivering. Oh, I'm starting to get tired. That means I'm going to get a good night's rest. That's always nice. It really sucks whenever your drive shift ends and you're not tired and you can't go to sleep for like 5 hours. And, you know, then you end up getting like a 3 or 4 hour nap, and then you got to start your day all over again. Sometimes my sleep schedule doesn't align with the hours of service schedule. Service areas. There's one in 7, 39, and 78 miles. And the open spaces is not working on the sign. So there's one in 7 miles, and the one I'm going to is in 39 miles, and there's another one in 78 miles. Maybe I'm not getting as close to Wichita as I thought I was. I thought I was only going to be like 20 or 30 miles away from Wichita. Sounding more like I'm going to be like 100 miles away from Wichita. Let me pull up the big map on my Google Maps. On the map, it looks like I'm really close to Wichita. Just right out at the edge of town. Wonder where in the world that one that's 78 miles is. That's 39 and 78. That's 39 miles further. That would be like just past Wichita, or right in Wichita, right on the edge of Wichita. I'm just hoping I can find a parking spot at this place. It's usually pretty packed because there's so little parking in Wichita. But one little trick that some people don't realize is that there's a parking area for trucks headed eastbound and a parking area. Well, this is I-35. It's technically a north-south interstate. but we're heading like kind of east-west. We're heading like southwest right now. So there's like a parking area for each direction, but you can drive across to the other parking area. So sometimes one side will be really packed and the other side will have spots. $80 degrees outside, according to my temperature gauge. So it looks like I'm going to be idling the truck all night tonight. I tried just opening the windows last night, and because it was like 74 outside, but it was after just like 30 minutes of rolling the windows down, it was already up in the low 80s inside the truck, and I can't sleep in that crap. So this is a Dairy Queen, a Subway, and a Love's at this service area. I think the one I'm stopping at has a McDonald's. Dairy Queen sounds nice, but it also sounds really expensive. With the app, with the McDonald's app, you can typically get like reasonable food costs if the app works. At some locations it'll say, you know, it doesn't work with this location. Ooh, the Dairy Queen has a grill and chill. Yeah, this place is pretty packed, but there were quite a few open spots that I saw. $47 miles to Wichita, 32 miles to the service area, so 15 miles away. So yeah, it's really close to Wichita. What is this red flashing light? Is that somebody on the shoulder? There's nobody behind me for about a half mile. Let's move over. I can't tell what in the hell that is. It looks like two vehicles. It might be a tow truck or something hauling a trailer. I see somebody with a flashlight on the ground on the right. Yeah, it looked like a van that was hauling, looked like a homemade trailer, and it looked like they were changing a tire on the right side of that trailer. $30 miles. Oh my goodness, this has been a really long day. Working basically our full 14 hours. And it's just about to come to an end. 30 miles away, 40 minutes left on my clock. So right now we have 10 minutes to spare. The car behind me finally dimmed their lights. I think it might have been this car that's passing me right now. Nope, it's not. They did not dim their lights. It's a car. It's like 1,000 feet behind me. There's a car behind me with their brights on, and occasionally people are high beaming me to try to get that person behind me to turn their damn brights off. Is that the car that had their high beams on? They did not have their high beams on whenever they passed me. Let me see if there's somebody behind me with their high beams on still. I think the car with their high beams on is directly behind me. I can't see their headlights right now, which is probably for the best. No, the two cars I can see, neither one of them have their high beams on. So either they dimmed them, or the car's really close behind me to where I can't see them. Nope. Nope. They just turned their high beams back on. You know what? It's not high beams. Their lights are just out of adjustment. Whenever they're pointing downhill, they're regular low beams. But on flat land or when they're going uphill, they look like high beams. It's the car passing me right now. So they just got their headlights pointed too straight. It's that one right there. That's the one everybody's been flashing their lights at. Their lights are just out of adjustment. "24 more miles, almost there." Yeah, really long day. Wonder how many miles I drove today. Probably be somewhere around 350 to 400 miles. Because it was like 60 miles just to get from the truck stop to my first stop. And then this right here was 140 miles, right? So that right there is 200 miles. And then between Salina and Manhattan was like 60 miles. And then Manhattan to Lawrence was like 60 miles. That's another 100 miles. So that's 300 miles. And then there was like 23 miles in between Topeka and Kansas City, and then Kansas City to Olathe was like another 20, 25 miles. So yeah, I'd say pretty easy 350, maybe 400 miles today. And on top of that, I did, let's see, I think it was 8 deliveries. Let's count them. Started in Salina, did 2. Then Manhattan. Then 2 in Topeka. So that's 5. Then 1 in Lawrence, that's 6. 1 in Kansas City, that's 7. And 1 in Olathe, that's 8. 400 miles and 8 deliveries in a full 14-hour drive shift. That was a busy, busy day. So going forward, I'm going to have to prioritize Lowe's and Home Depot deliveries because they're hardly, like, their hours of operation is very limited. "19 minutes, and I'm just sitting here fantasizing about a glass of milk and a cheeseburger. Oh my goodness." Like, that'll be quite the treat. That sounds so good. Yeah, I'll have to look through the schedule, but I think what I'm probably going to end up doing, because of the parking situation in Wichita, is I'm going to probably take tomorrow off, and then I will do what deliveries I can on the weekend, Sunday, and then I'll end my day Sunday a second here. I'm catching up with a slow box truck. There's a four-wheeler catching up with me on the left lane. I'm going to go ahead and get out before the four-wheeler runs me into the back of the box truck, because they're not coming by too fast. Four-wheeler's not flying by. I'll pedal it a little bit to get around this box truck a little bit faster, so I don't slow the four-wheeler down too much, because now they're riding my ass. They're intimidating me. I'm so scared right now having that four-wheeler on my bumper. Oh no. They're showing me what for. They got places to be. How dare I drive 72 and a 75? Slow them down. All right, now we're going to let it drop back down to our cruise speed of 70. Yeah, they're in a big pickup. They're used to tailgating the hell out of people and getting them to move out of their way, intimidating them. Well, my truck's bigger. You don't intimidate me. And that semi up ahead looks like it's moving really slow. I wonder how much weight I've cleared off the trailer. The total load was supposedly a little over 15,000 pounds, but I don't know how accurate they were on the weight. Like 15,258 pounds, something like that. I can't remember exactly. And one of the windows, just one single window that we delivered, probably weighed 200 to 300 pounds. A lot of the windows probably weighed about 50 pounds, 30, somewhere between 30 and 50 pounds. Some of the windows were small and light. I haven't had many small windows in the trailer. It's been mostly really big windows. I would say the average window size has probably been somewhere around 2 feet wide, and or 2 to 2.5 feet wide, and like 4 foot tall. Maybe 3 feet wide, 4 feet tall. That's been close to the average size of the window. Most of the windows are so big that it's you almost need 2 people to carry them. They're so wide, so they got to be close to 3 feet wide. Like with my arms stretched out, I'm able to pick them up, but just barely. And some of them are so wide you need 2 people to pick them up. And then there's the pile of just ridiculously big windows at the very back of the trailer. Like that one I've talked about several times. It's like 6 feet tall, 10 feet wide. I am so glad that one is delivered. I was surprised that two of us were able to pick that thing up. It was not easy. It would have been a lot easier had there been something to grip to. Like, a big reason that it was hard to pick up was you just couldn't get a good grip on it. You're just having to pick the window up basically by just applying pressure. You're just squeezing. You're putting your hands, one hand on either side of the window, and just squeezing because there's nothing to really grip onto. All right, this truck is not going slow anymore. So somebody hauling, what is this called? I forget what term this is. Whenever somebody's hauling like two full-size 53-foot trailers. No, this is a 48-foot. I think it's two 48-foot trailers. So they're hauling doubles, but it's, I think, 53. So it's a 53-foot trailer and a 48-foot trailer. The company hauling it is U.S. Road. So a 53 and a 48. There's a term for that, and I cannot remember what it is. Is it called California doubles or something like that? I can't remember. Eight miles to the service area. The next one's 47 miles. I don't have time on my clock to make it 47 miles. All right, 8.1 miles, and I have 22 minutes left on my clock, so 14 minutes of spare time. Hopefully I can find a parking spot quick so I don't have to waste too much drive time. You know, it really sucks to like roll into a place you got like 1 minute of drive time and you can't find a parking spot. So what do? Just drive 3 miles an hour around in the parking lot? In that situation, I would use personal conveyance to find a parking spot. I would just switch to off-duty personal conveyance and put in the comment, looking for parking. About the only thing I've used personal conveyance for in the last few years, because all the companies, all the carriers are so terrified of personal conveyance. Personal conveyance used to be pretty wide open. You could do just about anything on personal conveyance. And then there was that guy, the Walmart driver, that lived like 12 hours away from their Walmart terminal, and was using personal conveyance to drive all the way from their house to the Walmart terminal, and then working a full shift after that. And that idiot ended up hitting that comedian's limo or whatever, and it made national news. And then the FMCSA cracked down on personal conveyance and made it really restrictive about what you could use personal conveyance for, because it was technically legal what the guy was doing at the time. As long as you're not moving a load, like for personal use, you could use personal conveyance unlimited. So they went in and changed the rules because of that idiot that was just like severely abusing the rules. And now it's gotten so restrictive that you just can't even really use personal conveyance. And carriers are terrified of it because of how restrictive it is and how DOT is so quick to write violations on it. Carriers don't like you to use personal conveyance. So back in the day, before that happened, before FMCSA cracked down on it, I used to use personal conveyance. But since they cracked down on it, and all the carriers are so terrified of personal conveyance, about the only time I ever use it is when I'm in the parking lot and I want to move to a better spot in the parking lot, and you know, I don't want to mess up my break time. I don't want to mess up my 10-hour break or my 34 or whatever. So I'll just switch over to personal conveyance and put in the comments changing parking spots or something like that. So that's about all I use it for, is changing parking spots in a truck stop. Sometimes I'll use it to move to like another truck stop across the street, but not like across town. Like if I'm at the TA there in Aurora, Oregon, and I want to move to the Flying J and I'm on a 34, then I might use personal conveyance to switch over to that truck stop. .5 miles until my exit. And I have 16 minutes of drive time left. All right, the nearest car behind me is about a half mile back. 1 mile away. I'm going to go ahead and get in the left lane. The car is catching up with me pretty quick. It's like 1,000 feet behind me now. It's flying up on me. All right, let's turn the cruise off. We're half a mile away. Start slowing down and getting ready for the exit.
Use the left lane to take the exit, then slide left on
Dairy Queen and Subway. Ugh. I was hoping it was McDonald's. Could have swore it was McDonald's last time I was here.
Slide left onto the ramp, then turn left.
All right, I don't even know if those are parking spots that those people are in, or if they're just parked in the roadway over here. All right, let's drive down through here and just look and see if there's a spot on this row. And we got this genius parked in the roadway. Even if one of these spots was open, I wouldn't be able to pull into it because of this idiot. All right, so no spots on this side.
In 400 feet, take the ramp to I-35 south. Take the ramp
And the other side looks even worse.
I-35 south. In 200 feet, turn left.
I don't even know if I can drive down the row on this side. It looks like people are just parked in the roadway.
Take the next left, then turn left.
Let's see. Looks like there is a spot open.
Take the next left, then turn right.
Nope, there's a four-wheeler parked in that truck parking spot. Are you kidding me? And then you got this guy just parked in the road.
Take the next left, then turn left.
Alright, I was slowing down to let that guy cross the road, but he's not going across the road. "12 minutes of drive time. No spots down this side."
Take the ramp to I-35
Alright,
north.
let's check and see what in the hell this crap is over here.
In 600 feet, merge onto I-35 north. In 800 feet, take the ramp to I-35 north.
Oh my goodness. It's pretty crazy. Alright, dude. You need to get the hell off the road. This is a really tight turn. So every single legitimate parking spot is taken. And on top of that, there's a lot of creative parkers.
Turn left, then turn left.
Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to park at the end of the row right here. I hate creative parking, but this is the safest spot that's not
400 feet,
a legitimate
take the ramp
spot to park in.
I-35 south.
Did that guy just pull out of a spot? Or did that person just drive through? I'm going to switch to on duty real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check and see if that guy pulled out of his spot. I'm going to pause this. No, that person did not pull out of a truck parking spot. But I need to pull forward quite a bit. All right, that should be far enough. Let me get out and look. I'm going to pause this while I get out and look. All right, yeah, I'm parked perfect. And man, you can't even really tell this is not a spot. Just a second here. What's my trailer number? Is it 699. Just logging my vehicle inspection report. You don't technically have to fill out a vehicle inspection report unless there's an issue, but I still do vehicle inspection reports on every single inspection that I log. Now, I don't log inspections like whenever I fuel up or if I stop. If I stop for just about any reason, I'll do an inspection just to walk around. But I don't log that. I don't log those inspections. So anyway, that's it. Really long day. One of the longest driving videos I've done, and I basically recorded all of my deliveries today. And that's what a day was like on this load. Some things really sucked, but in general, I'm happy that today's over with. I was fuming earlier about this load, and I was like, I'm never, ever doing another one of these loads again. But, like, I'm on the fence now. I might, maybe be willing to do another one of these loads again if it's only, like, I don't know, 20 stops. 15 or 20 stops. One of those Williston, North Dakota loads, it's only like 18 stops, 12 stops, something like that. Yeah, maybe I might be willing to do one of those. But the problem is all of the pay on this load is from the stops. So if you do a load that has hardly any stops on it, then it pays like $1.50 a mile. Like, it's really, really cheap. So anyway, I'm still on the fence on whether or not I'm ever going to do one of these loads again. And every time I hit, drama with the load, I'm just like, I'm never doing it again. So let's wrap this up. And I'm going to go into Dairy Queen and see what their prices are. And then, eat something. If Dairy Queen's too expensive, then I'll just, eat whatever in the truck. And then I'm going to go through, look through all my paperwork and see what deliveries I can do here. And I'm probably going to end up hanging out here at this little service area until Sunday. I don't know. I'll have to look and see what the delivery schedule looks like. But yeah, because of the parking situation in the Wichita area, I will probably just end up hanging out here until Sunday. And then when I finish my deliveries Sunday afternoon, I will park at a Lowe's or Home Depot and just hang out there for the night, waiting for my delivery in the morning. So anyway, have a good one. I think I've talked enough in the video, so if I forgot to say something, we'll get it in the next video. Anyway, have a good one. Bye.